Hello, everybody. Oh, what is that? Oh, it's a picture. Wait, no, this is wrong. There we go. Okay, now you can't see the green screen edge. Hey, Schwartz. So, hi, everybody. It is Monday. I'm going to be working on a new sub game today, but first, we're going to start with the typical tenant review. So, let's go kick that off. It is the 13th. So, sustainability. Yeah, I think this is going well. This is still going fine. Same. I'm not doing anything in particular to try to like succeed at this tenant. I'm just not, yeah, I'm just excited to work on the game, and I'm not really spending too much time on it. And grit, yeah, same. Yeah, there's nothing really, I guess, all that interesting about this so far. Hey, Blub. So I got some updates. One, I used to have my camera like there, and now it is there. So if the angle looks slightly different, I mean, I did change the angle. This is because, let me see if I can draw this. So let's say this is a top-down view of the room that I'm in. So my desk is here, and my chair is here. And now there's a piano here, and there's a green screen that comes out of the floor that I need to be able to position somewhere on the floor. So I needed to move this to the side so that the camera could point at an angle so it doesn't collide with my piano. Anyway, that's why we did that. Everyone enjoy their weekend? I don't think probably a lot of people are here yet, but mine was good. What did you end up doing, Schwartz? The next thing is I tried to fix captions. I think this should now be good. Let's take a look. Yeah, so it is not going to take forever, hopefully, to get to what I'm actually saying. So if I just keep talking and I don't take a break, it will still emit lines into this buffer and will catch all of the voice recorded commands that I have. Yeah. So see, this is not taking forever now. I just switched it to using metal instead of the CPU, and it went like 7 times faster. Hey, Matt. Hey, Dolly. Worked on some data pipelines. Like work or fun work? Then I vibe coded a couple of things. One, this tool to launch other stream tools that I have. So all it lets me do is just check these boxes. And then both of these tools have been vibe coded too. So now when I launch this, the first one that's going to pop up is this. So this is what lets me title a stream. I just put in different preset tags here so that I can set it to coding or music depending on what I'm doing. So that's kind of nice. And the other thing I did is this. So you won't be able to hear this probably too well, but when I play an F major triad on the top of my piano, it will mute my mic. Wait. Oh, I have 2 MIDI inputs right now. Oh, so it's got to be on this tiny keyboard, which I guess is easier to show this off. Unfortunately, I don't know which one's the top F. Nope, not that one. Let's try this one. Nope, not that one. And what about this? Yeah. So you can see this is muting it now. And I just need to only have one thing connected when I do that, I guess. But that's kind of nice too. So that way when I'm sitting at the piano, I can just play something on the piano to mute my mic and not modify text. Beginning of the day, now is a bit better. Might be lurking a lot though, because my brain feels like it's lacking half its RAM. Hey, are you tired at all, Leap Year Girl? I'm curious, because when that happens to me, I always just kind of sleep. But I don't know if you're sleepy. Yeah, that's intentional. Yeah. So that way I can mute the mic. Held a training course for my volunteer work. It was quite exhausting. What's the volunteer work? Okay, so anyway, that's some of the updates for the stream. And yeah, now we're going to start the farming game. So make sure the transition at the end of the architect's office is a lot longer so you have time to process what happened. Yeah, I guess I added in some music last time, but I didn't actually check this in. And now we're not going to use the pumpkin track. So yeah, I guess let's delete this stuff. So now we have 2 tween intervals in a row. Isn't this kind of pointless? Where did those go? Platformer game, tween interval. Yeah, they're pointless. We can just set this to 5. Oops. And then we don't need this either anymore. We'll just play it. Well, this looks a little bit cleaner now. And then we delete the pumpkin music. Let's go find that. Pumpkin. I do like the music. It's kind of a shame I'm deleting it, but yeah. Should probably test this out again. Hey, Mr. Rex, Oogly, JD, Kevin. Prescribed sleep. Tried an old laptop and it's so slow to perform. Really? Huh. Yeah, I haven't really messed around with it too much. Nice and cozy with no dark undertones. There should be some characters that want to defeat the architect. I was thinking one of them could be a bruiser with bronze armor, bronze clad. Another one could be a rogue, doesn't make sounds, the quiet. A malfunctioning robot, the broken. Hope you like the idea. I think we need a couple of other ones though. I was thinking something that maybe the Skeleseller. I think that would probably be a good one. And for the final one, we could call it the Monarch. I think that's a good plan. And then there could be a fifth or a sixth option, and it's just a question mark, and we call this Chaos. And it just picks one of the other 5. I think that'd be good. Okay, we have a lot to do with this game. So I want to start and make sure that I can check in this change. So let's check everything here. I don't think there's anything. What changed over here? This should just be the music, right? Yeah, audio stream changed. Okay, let me try this. I've got the controller plugged in. Let us see. I need audio to be on. Oh, I moved the player? Yeah, whatever. We gotta add reverb to this. And sounds to this part up here. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Cool. Okay, yeah. I think it's pretty good. I think we need to fade that to black for longer. And I've got to mess around with that. But before we do, let's go fix my audio settings. Hopefully this fixes it. Volunteer with the Red Cross. It was a management course for other volunteers. Oh, cool. Yeah. And yeah, JD, I really like these animations. I did not make any of them. This is normal sounding, right? Yeah, I think so. Okay, cool. I have not tried AI yet for Godot games. All I did was sign up for Claude this weekend. And I use it for those vibe coded tools I showed off. All right, so add my own creepy music. Yeah, so now Pumpkin is gone. Let's commit that. Let me make sure there's nothing outstanding here, although there shouldn't be. Yeah. All right, so now longer fade to black. The fade to black happens in the office scene here. And then something makes it fade in. So we could just extend this a little bit longer. Like there could be an extra second here where just nothing happens. And then we move this to the 18-second mark. Hey, Mavins. Okay, let's try this out. So I don't want to keep testing this every time, so I'm just going to increase, what do you call this? I don't know, like dark screen time. There's now an extra second where the screen is completely black at the end of the architect's office. Yeah, there, that's good. Okay, now we actually start on the new scene and the new game. And this is going to be a lot of work. And I think it's kind of exciting, but I don't know how much work it's going to be. So right now we have the platformer game in here. We want to instantiate the farming game, which we already have. But I want to start with a farming game in this. So we're just going to delete this thing, and we're going to instantiate in farming game. Hey, Smalls, how you doing? Welcome, 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 everybody. I hope you're all having a good day. I hope the stream was good. Hope you enjoyed Smalls. Hope Smalls made good progress. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Hey, CL. So we are working on a new sub-game for Stuck in a Broken Tutorial here today. Hey, Cass. So for those who have not seen, this game is about many different sub-games. That's what I'm calling them, at least. They're not really like mini games or something like that. So you start inside of a platformer game, and it's in a tutorial, but that tutorial is broken, as the name would suggest. And you eventually go into different worlds, and this is the second world you make it into, which is the farming simulator. So here are the graphics that I got for this. So it's gonna be a very colorful game you get into. There's gonna be some farming mechanics, but this is also a broken tutorial. So we need to start coding this game, and yeah, you'll be in this world for maybe about 10 minutes. Might be a little bit longer, but this is gonna be more dialogue heavy. So we got to make a bunch of dialogue classes and stuff. I think it should be interesting. I think this will take several days to do. Hey, Keck. Hey, Rod. Yeah, I like the art. I mean, I chose these asset packs because I like the art. But yeah, we're probably going to need some like simpler games at some point. And I was looking on itch at space shooter assets, and there just aren't that many. There are some that are decent. You know, like this. Like here are pretty much all the asset packs for space shooters. Oh, I don't think I saw this one. Yeah, this one looks pretty cool. Is this new? No, 2023. I just never saw this one. Huh. Yeah, and some of these look good, but there's just not a lot to them. Like, look at this. There's what, 7 ships here and a couple of turrets and then 4 player ships. It's not bad artwork. I don't dislike it. We'd have to make a pretty small game if we were to do something like that. Hey, Cuttlefish, are you keeping the visuals consistent? Are they very unique and different? They're going to be unique and different, except that any characters that are... So, I don't want to go into too much detail here, but there are at least 2 characters that should look similar across games, or a lot across sub-games. So, like, your character will probably look something like what you see in the platformer that we have here. Maybe they'll have a blue cap on. Once this loads, I can show you. Oh, what happened here? Oh, I see. Because we don't have the platform game. Okay, I gotta fix this. Anyway, yeah, there will be some characters that look kind of the same, but the asset style will be very different across sub games. Will the duck be present? Probably. Hey, double youngs. You plan to have a longer lasting game mechanics, or longer playtime, or a way to revisit the games later? I think every game serves like 1 or 2 purposes. So it is either the game itself or it's some kind of story or world building. So for example, the very first platformer that you're in, this is going to last for maybe 1 minute because this is more for the world building. Like, hey, you're in a game. It looks like it's a real game, but it's not really. And as a result, we don't need to do too much crazy stuff. But it's not a very fun platformer. It's just for world building. Whereas other games are going to be hopefully fun games and maybe not even for any world building. Maybe you're just stuck in this game for now and it's just supposed to be fun. Have I tried AI generating some art? No, I'm probably not going to be doing AI generated stuff for the artwork. I want to just keep AI to code. And yeah, so far that's been the case. I mean, so far we don't really have any custom artwork yet. And I only made 1 custom music track so far. Okay, so what did I just say? Oh yeah, that this thing is broken. So we need to have some like pick which game to load into. Let me get this down here. Private void set up initial game. All right, so here's the platformer game stuff. Let's set this here. Set up initial game. So platformer code, I actually don't want platformer code though. I want the farming game in here. Farming game. Actually, the path should just be to whatever this thing is at the time. Well, right now it's a farming game, so I guess let's do that. Yeah, it's called farming game. All right, we don't have an init. Unfinished game, we don't have that yet, so let's just delete that for now. And yeah, we should probably initialize this with an audio system. Do we have a script for it? We do. Okay. So public void init audio system. And I want to set this here and save this here. There. Okay, so now we have an audio system. Now this is all set up. Hey, David. So if I just press F5, we should go right into a blank screen. Or well, it'll say to do, make a farming game. No, is this null? Did I forget to save? I did not forget to save. Oh, I forgot to make this unique. Okay, there we go. There. Hey, Sorrow. Another day, another grind. Yeah, okay, cool. So we launched into this. That's perfect. That's all I want for right now. And now we gotta... Oop, what's that? Set up initial game, line 58. Did we not? No. That was a problem from before. There should be no problem now, right? I think it was just hot reloading the code that I changed. And now if I close this, it should be fine. Yes, but that's because I closed it without using the menu. If I use the menu, it wouldn't do that. Yeah, okay. Looks like a farming game to me. Hey, Venetic Bind. All right, well, let's write some of this stuff down. Demo polish, let's say add reverb to the architect's realm. Add some drip sounds in the background too. Although we need something obviously drip. Well, no, we don't. With reverb. And then what was the thing I just said? Oh yeah, when you close the game from the OS level X button, it leaks instances from resource cache. There's probably a notification that we have to listen to so that we can clean up properly. All right. So we go into the scene. All we have is a label right there saying add a farming game. So we got to think of what we need in general, what we need at a high level. So the farming world, you wake up in your house, right? Screen fades out. When it fades back in your middle of a farming game, your character looks down at themselves. No, you're outside of your house. We don't have to model your house then as a separate scene. Oh, I think it'd be nice to do that. I kind of like, I don't know how to show this because I don't know what other games have done this, but I know other games have done this. But if we look at, let's say, like a Link to the Past, and I just look at images, maybe like Kakariko or something like that, yeah. So some games do this thing where when you go into a house, what it does is it cuts away the ceiling, and then you see the room like right in here. I kind of like that idea. But I think we only have 2 houses you go into, so it doesn't really matter how we do this. Hey, Dark. Check if you disabled pixel snap after you fall through the world. Character is stuttering like crazy. It should be off when you leave. Let's see. Oh, it's when you go to the title screen. Oh, no, here. Tween zoom. When you tween zoom to less than 1 is when it gets enabled. So when you exit the camera freeze region, as long as this gets hit, I think we should be fine, but we need to go back to the platform game for this. Which means you should probably dynamically add these things in. Hey, bad Chris. Promise you'd add microtransactions. We'll have 1 microtransaction. Yeah, Atomic. I don't have an easy way to test this right now. Oh, Nane. Yeah, I will not add another 1100 days. Don't worry. I'll look into this later then, if the character's been stuttering a lot. Although I guess after freezing the camera, we could just set it back. Yeah, what am I thinking? We should just do that. So bug, after enabling pixel snap, we can disable it as soon as the camera is done zooming. Okay, and we have to do this. We got to enable physics interpolation too. Do I have that here? Yeah, I do. Okay, well, I never said this would be an easy amount of stuff. There's certainly some difficulty here. All right, so we need the farming world. We need some houses that potentially go into a cutaway view. The only thing with doing a cutaway view is that it needs to be a 1-to-1 representation of house to internals. So in this particular case, like you can see, maybe it's a 3x3 internal section. That's not what the house looks like when you enter it for real in the world. Well, actually, maybe it is. I don't know. That one might be tiny. But not every house works like that. So if you want this to be a large room, you need to make it a large house on the outside. So, no, this is probably stupid. Yeah, some houses. I'll just say that you can enter. Already has 12 bugs. Par for the course. Okay, now a dialogue system, and this needs to allow you have choices. Some choices can be disabled. The AI can control this. And is there anything else there? Oh yeah, and some choices can be made, some choices are disabled, will be disabled, and you may need to disable them on the fly. Look at that again. Now the GitHub project actually doesn't really have anything yet, but I should eventually start filing some stuff there. All right, what else do we need here? I think that's it. So what is the farming world? Let's look at this. We have some structures, some objects, then the actual land itself, some crops and everything. I mean, let's start with something pretty basic here. So let's go add in the world. So tile map layer. And maybe I should put all of this into, well, no, because we might want some things to be on top and some things to be on bottom. So add a farming game, we can just delete. And we need assets now. So game, assets, sprites, worlds. Yeah, we need the new graphics in here. Where did they go? There they are. Farm pack. All right, I don't want to copy everything in right off the bat. So let's just copy in the stuff that we need. Farm and tile set. Fish props tile set. Okay, here we go. All props seasons. What do we got here? Barn, beach, carpet, cave, caves. Oh, these look really cool. I like what they did there. Just where's the outside though? Cliff tile set. Ah, here we go. Tile set, grass, spring. So we're going to use the spring ones. So this will give us dirt and grass, but not crop areas. Oh man, there's a lot here. Yeah, we have auto tiles ready. Oh boy, tile set house. Yeah, we'll need some house stuff at some point. Tilled soil and wet soil. Interesting. Okay, so let's see. What do we definitely need? We want this. I'm not going to probably keep the same folder structure. Let's just keep that one there. Then we want spring. So that'll get us all of the dirt and grass. And then where do we get that level of grass from? Is that in this? No. Right? No. And we need the buildings at some point too. But the building from the outside. I just gotta find this stuff. Then trees. I mean, maybe we put in some of these too. Effects. Oh my god. There's so much here. It's very cool. Yeah, let's not do too much here. I still don't see where the house is. Farm in tile set? Maybe it's here? No, didn't I already look at that? Exterior? Ah, maybe it's in this. Houses. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so they just have like prefab houses. Yeah. All right, so maybe that should be your house. Sure, let's do that. Hey, Trackley. Oh, nice. Yeah. Well, bro, I mean, I don't know how good of a job I'm going to do with this, but we'll give it a shot. Okay, so we're going to make a new tile set here. I want this to be just good enough for right now. But we need to make certain that we can change tiles on the fly. So we need to swap in different terrains. Kevin, what's that doing? Untitled folder. It's inside the worlds folder? I don't see an untitled folder here. I think this just didn't sync. Can you refresh this? I don't know how you refresh it. Maybe here? No. Oh, weird. Okay, well, whatever. Wait, no, not whatever, because that's a folder that I want. What happened? Maybe it doesn't like parentheses? Okay, that worked. If I put a parenthesis in here... No, still works. Okay, yeah, I don't know. Just needed update. There. Great. So, now we want to plop in this tile set. All right, now we need to make a terrain out of this. And yeah, I do not want to spend the time doing all of this stuff. But we do need to be able to place and delete tiles. And maybe that's what we start with. So how about this? Let's get a basic tile set for the farm. Yeah, here are the specific steps. This is already done. And then make a character with basic animations. And then add the inventory or like the hotbar with tools in it. Allow selecting tools. Have this change your animation. Allow using the pickaxe or something like that. I don't know, the shovel. To change the tiles in the world. Just paint with a single tile. Yeah, but I need to allow you to change tiles, and that I've got to at least do something really basic for. So maybe only use terrains as far as I need to be able to test like replacing tiles. Hey, Tropical. And then add a camera so that you can pan around the world as you move. What else do we need? And then like start working on the dialogue system. So we could change individual tiles. We just need to change them with a tool. Kevin made a draw line tool. I'm not in the right code base, am I? No, I'm not. Yeah, Kevin made a draw line tool in here somewhere. This might take a little while. Or maybe it doesn't. No, what? Oh, it might just have line in it. It might not be draw line. Okay, I don't know where it is. Debug draw menu. There it is. Debug draw screen. Gotcha. All right, so how did this work? This would actually draw a line. You press like enter or something. Yeah, and it would draw a path. So how does this work? Create path between points. Set cells, terrain, connect. And we need terrain IDs. Okay. So I just need to do something basic enough to make sure I can call this function. Is this a Godot function? Yes, perfect. Okay. This is on a tile map layer? Yep, perfect. Okay, tile map layer. Anything else here? Clear tile map layers cells. It just calls set cell, and the cells are probably nothing. I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to see it. If you need the working thing, you can use the one from the platform world. I was just going to make like a dummy terrain for right now. It doesn't need to look good. And then we got to make sure that we can hook this in. But for now, we could also just ignore terrains completely. Like right this second. At some point, I won't want to do that. So where's just a totally filled in slot here? Yeah. Okay, so we can draw like a whole bunch of grass. I mean, your farm shouldn't be huge. Yeah, like this can be your farm at first. Then we'll add in your house graphic. Sprite 2D. This will be your house. Quick load in 2.png. All right, you should ideally be right outside of your house when you start this. So maybe it's like, oh, maybe the world should be a little bit bigger than that. Well, no, you'll be zoomed in, right? Maybe I need to think of what are we doing about the resolution here? We probably don't want it to be super zoomed in. We also don't want black bars around everything. We could do what we did in Skeleseller. I don't think it's a good idea. I think we should pick a zoom level and then just let as much of the world show as we can. We need dialogues to be legible, though, for those on large monitors. Yeah. Hey, Raisin Brand. Already starting on another. I started, I think it was 2 weeks ago. So it's been a little bit of time. Yeah. 2 weeks ago, started design. And we started coding last week. And now we're working on a different sub-game within the game. Use a navigation system to get cells between 2 points, too. Yeah, I saw this code here, but I didn't understand why we need to do this. Oh, I see. We probably don't need to worry about this for the farming game, I think. I hope. Because this is just like where you're going to use the shovel. Hey, Philem. Yeah. All right, yeah, the resolution thing is going to be probably pretty annoying. If we just hit play right now, we should see this scene. We won't have a character. Yeah. And then I didn't set up the right texture filters. There. So now it should look pretty crisp. And if I expand this, we just see a larger house. And if I full screen it, we will see the black bars go away. Honestly, that's probably pretty reasonable in terms of like how much of the screen you can see at once. Yeah. I don't think that's an issue. Oops. Okay, wait, that worked. Okay, good. All right, so maybe I'll just skip the terrain thing for right now. And we'll come down and do this here. Where is that? Here. Probably need terrains when I do this, but dark can fill in the full ones. Hey, Boop. What are your thoughts on augmenting your development with Cursor or whatever tool? I kind of included all of my thoughts in this video, and it's pretty recent. I should probably update that command briefly and just say plans to use JetBrains AI offering and Claude code. Well, just Claude. Yeah, that's pretty good. And hey, Vintage, is Skeletor all done? I know it launched. I've seen people playing it, but it's all done? Yeah, it is. And howdy. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Aurelio. Okay. So where do we leave off here? So, okay, basic tile set. I guess we got that. Make a character with basic animations. This, I don't know how hard this is going to be to do because they came with some like character generator, right? How does that pre-made? Alex, Josh. So here's a character with a bunch of tools. And if they said if you want to change these, you need to use Aseprite to change it. I still haven't downloaded that yet. But that's okay. We don't need to worry about that. So let's just get one that looks like close enough to who we want. Actually, why am I even doing that? Who cares? We can just swap out different sprite sheets, right? Your hair color in the first game is white. So neither of these would match. Yeah. So then we just pick one of these. All right, well, this is as good as anything else, right? Yeah. Okay, so what do we want at first? We want an idle animation. That's pretty good. We want a bunch of different item things. There's a walk animation here too. All right, well, this goes into a different game entirely. Characters. Farming. Characters. You probably got to be more specific about this. Hey, Quilly. And thanks, Vintage. Yeah. All right, so who is this? Lyria? Lyria? All right, walk we want. Idle we want. And that's probably it for right now. So let's just start with that. So we'll go make a player, which we should probably just instantiate into its own scene. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Might as well keep these things. So this will be farming player. Save as... I guess I could go in here. Yeah, sure. farming player. Now we need a script for that player. So we have this, add class, farming player. This is going to inherit from node 2D, I guess. Partial class. Godot. Good. Now we go instantiate that over here. Done. Then we got to add in, this should probably be a character body 2D. Character body 2D. Sure, which means we change this to character body. Then we add in an animated sprite. Should I just use a sprite right off the bat and use an animation tree? I don't know what's going to be easier. I guess we can't go too far in the wrong direction at first, so let's just start with this. Yeah. That's how musicians feel right now. Yeah. I think AI has pretty vast implications on kind of everything that we produce. Like I was just talking about this at the beginning of the stream. I made a couple of tools that I didn't write any code for over the weekend, and they took hardly any time. I mean, this one I'd already been working on, but this I was showing off. I plan on doing more piano streams. I don't know if you can see this. Yeah, it should be visible. Yeah. So I've got my piano there now, and while I'm playing, you can hear the sound of me pressing the keys through the microphone. So I want to be able to mute the mic through the piano. So I made it so that when I press this F major, and when I press it again, it toggles off. So obviously you couldn't hear what I said when I was muted, but yeah, like that's a nice little tool that I didn't have to write. It was like 2 minutes and it was done. The AI did it. And that's that. Hey, Koja. So yeah, that sort of thing. I mean, this alone is already kind of crazy because a while ago you'd be like, well, I want this tool, but I don't want to spend 5 hours learning something. So you just wouldn't make the tool, or you'd have to be really passionate about it and then maintain it and everything. And now someone with no coding experience could be like, hey, here's what I want. Go do it for me. And like I said, within 5 minutes, you've got the tool. It's kind of nuts. Hey, Maria. Do you feel like your experience in thinking Skeleseller will drastically help your progress in this game? Yeah, I do. And it already has helped a lot because it's like, it's not just experience, it's also code. Like we wrote a lot of code for Skeleseller and we encountered a lot of situations that now we can just literally copy paste and, maybe tweak a couple things. But then yes, the experience is going to help me when it comes to debugging, when it comes to using all these features. If you think about it, Godot has, let's just say, like 100 nodes that you could use. And for Skeleseller, I mean, I didn't use any of the 3D ones. So let's say there are 100 2D nodes. I probably used, let's say, like 70 of them. So I don't really have that much more I even can learn when it comes to Godot compared to at least when I started Skeleseller. How useful is it for game dev? So I haven't really used it for game dev specific stuff yet. I do plan on doing that. I just haven't tried it really. Yeah. Hey, DJ. Yeah. So let's go add in an idle animation here. Idle. Whoop. We need to do this in every direction though, right? Yeah, we need like an idle left, idle. What are the directions we have? We have down, up, and right. So then we flip it when it's left. It does make me kind of think that an animation tree might be better. Especially because that's what we did for the platformer game. Why is this doing this? Platformer game. What controlled the direction? Oh, the code controlled the direction. So I guess it wasn't like super crazy. And then we had states going into the walk animation. No, it was technically this one. And this was if is walking is true. Yeah, I think it's smarter to do things this way. All right, I'm going to scrap this. This is a bad idea. Where did it even go? Here it is, farming player. Okay, yeah, so we'll change this to a sprite 2D. And call this sprite, I guess. Felt clunky in game dev. Yeah, I'll probably give it more of a shot over time. I just haven't yet. right, so we don't even really need a texture for this, but now we need an animation player and we need an animation tree. And this is where things get a little bit crazy. So let's close every other tab that we have. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that, but that worked out just fine. Now we go back to the platform game. And this had an animation node state machine, which I think is what I want here too. So let's go take that. And then we assign a player. That's going to be the root for the expression node. Good. And then we assign an animation player. This is all pretty straightforward so far. And then that's it. We don't touch anything else, right? Yeah, I don't think we touch anything else. All right, now we set up some animations in here. So add new animation. Let's call this idle, I guess. Why not? But then how do we figure out which sprite we're supposed to use? Because here we'd have idle up, idle down, and idle right. I don't know the best way of doing this. Yeah. So problem, I want an idle state that can have any of 3 sprites, up, down, or right. Left would just be right, but mirrored. And I don't want there to be 3 to 4 states, because then the transitions would get crazy. So I wonder how best to accomplish this in Godot, because like I said, I'm pretty new to Animation Tree. We only started using it last week. Recommend writing a Claude explaining code conventions and named concepts in your project. I use it pretty extensively at work and it does a decent job. I was planning on using the Claude desktop app. That's what I was using yesterday. But yeah, I can write this down. I guess it all depends on how, like what I notice is going wrong with it. Hey, Murphy, welcome in. Okay, so what is the idiomatic way of doing this in Godot? Because the way I did this for, the way I did this for Skeleseller was to have an animated sprite 2D, and then it had animations for each direction. I mean, we didn't really need idle for each direction, but still walking, we had each direction. And then code changed which animation we used. But there's probably a way to do this with Animation Tree and not have it blow out of proportion. The thing is, you can nest a whole bunch of different nodes in here. Like we can add... Wait, can't you have subtrees? I just see add state machine. How does this work? Ah, yes, this is a new state machine. Okay, so you can add sub state machines. I guess we could just get which direction you're facing. Yeah, in fact, that wouldn't be too crazy. We could just set this to idle and then have a transition that goes directly into idle. And then within this, we have... Why can't I click that? Oh, because I need that. Then within this, we have different states for each... Well, we have an animation. No, we need like idle up, idle left, idle down, idle right. We can't add... We can't add a state unless it corresponds to an animation. Script. Is this script on a state? Because if so, I guess I could use that to fetch the player's facing direction and then set something, but that sounds a little ridiculous. It's a perfect question to ask AI. Yeah, I wanted to puzzle through it myself first and just kind of see what is it that I can come up with. And yeah, I don't see an obvious way, at least. Callback mode? No, this is... So animation player. I guess we would just do this. We just make states for each one. It feels like that's a little bit kind of crazy. So yes, we could have an idle state machine and then have idle up, idle left, idle right, idle down in there, then the animation tree would set the correct textures and facing directions. Well, and flip H. Based on which state you choose. So this is how we could do this, but then we're making like 4 states for everything. And I know we can set all this up through code as well. I don't know if that's better. Because one of the problems, not maybe problem, but with Skeleseller, like you couldn't really see what does an animation look like from in the editor because it was all set up through code. So you needed to run the game for the code to run. Or I guess we could make a tool script or something. But I don't want this to blow out of proportion because, again, this is like one sub game. So sure, let's ask AI what it would suggest for this and see. Welcome, Adam. Okay, so let's pick this. Actually, this is probably fine. Okay, so I am making a simple farming game in Godot. I have sprite sheets with various actions, various animations. Idle, using a pickaxe, etc. Each of these has 3 directions, up, down, and right. But the character can also face left in the game. It's just a mirror of the right-facing graphics. So I'd like to write a... So I'd like to use an animation tree that would control a sprite 2D using animation player. However, I don't want the tree to be unwieldy with tons of transitions. What is the best way to set this up? Let's just leave it at that for now and just see what this thing comes up with. Why is this like monospaced? There we go. What happened? Oh, there we go. All right, let's just see what that says. Because otherwise, I think my 2 routes, like I said before it gives me an answer, is either just make the animation tree and have sub-state machines, or do this through code. Yeah. Yeah, so this says to make individual. Yeah, that's kind of stupid. Well, I don't know about stupid, but it's a lot of work. Controls animation type only. Idle walk, use pickaxe using simple state machine. Script handles directions separately, flips the sprites as needed. Connect them with transitions based on input or state changes. So they get the direction. This is not how I would do things, but that doesn't really matter. And then current animation, playback.travel. What is the point of the animation tree if you're going to manually change the animation player? Hey, Hideo. Hey, Maya. No codecs? No codecs. I only just signed up for Claude yesterday. So this setting the animation name, I don't think we have to do that because one of the things that this can do is it has an animation in it. But yeah. Hey, codecs. Yeah, we can try asking the same thing to a different model. Copy. Make a new chat quickly. Here we go. using C#. I'd like to use an animation tree that would control a sprite 2D using animation player. I also don't really want to do everything through code. Since I'll probably want to time sounds with specific animations. Yeah, let's just do that. Now, something kind of crazy about Claude is the usage limits. I'm only on the Pro plan, which is the $20 a month thing. The usage limits are in a 5-hour block and also in a weekly limit. So like just asking it these questions so far has used 3%, which I mean, it's probably gonna go up a little bit as it gives me this answer. All right, so where did this go? Because this is not my most recent chat. Ah, here it is. Okay, use an animation tree with a blend space 2D or 2 state machines. Cleanest pattern is a state machine at the top level for action states, idle, wall, walk, pickaxe, combined with blend space 2D for directional blending inside each state. Since you only have 3 discrete directions, I suggest a simpler variant. 1 animation player containing individual animations. Don't make separate left animations. 1 animation tree with a state machine at the root where each action is a state. But instead of each state being a single animation, each state is a blend space 1D or blend space 2D that picks between the 3 directional variants based on a blend position you set from code. And then horizontal split flipping handled separately. Still add call method, yeah. Facing.x. Update animation. So yeah, blend position. I haven't used these blend nodes yet. I want to try that out. You say each state's blend space have 3 points at roughly 0, 1 for down, 0, -1 for up, and 1, 0 for right. So it picks the nearest. Okay, I want to try that because I don't know what this looks like in practice. I only read about it. Hey, Demo. Hey, Stockton. I hate to lose. Best investment you've done? Yeah. That's the $200 a month one, right? Bleeding a little above the keyboard? Yeah, thank you. It's hard to get this exactly positioned correctly. That's a scroll bar at the side. So if I get rid of that there, now there should be no bleeding, right? Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was showing the piano for a second and that caused me to turn my camera. Ibrahim, do I use Gemini? No, I haven't used Gemini yet. Hey, Zorp. Checking it out for Stuck in a Broken tutorial, at least for asking questions for right now. And I'm intrigued by this idea of implementing what it suggested. Where did that go? I'm used to going to the browser, but it's not in the browser. What do they say here? If it holds a tool or has attached nodes like a hitbox or the pickaxe swing, flipping the sprite alone won't flip those. Common fix, put it in any direction dependent children under node 2D and flip that whole node scale to -1. Be aware that invert child physics bodies in ways you might not want. Yeah, interesting. I actually already ran into that problem with the platformer game, but we ended up just addressing it in a different way. Ban Haiku 4.5 for design technical decisions. Okay, yeah. Yeah, $200 a month one. Yeah, you know, there's a certain, I was talking about this with a couple people recently, but there's a certain like decision fatigue that happens. And one of these decisions has to do with price. So as an example, suppose you went to a restaurant and you had a budget of, I don't know, $500 and your meal was going to eventually cost you like $75. So your budget was way higher than what your meal is going to cost. You would probably still make different decisions as opposed to if you had an infinite budget and your meal was going to cost $75. And maybe I'm saying this stupidly, but like, let's say someone gave you, I don't know, like you're on the company dime, your company's taking you out to dinner and they're like, just order whatever you want. Like you might make different decisions than if it's your money, even if you have enough money and you budgeted it for this. And I feel like that sort of thing probably would happen with AI as well. Like if you're spending $20 a month, you're gonna make different decisions than if you're on the company account and you're offered, you know, unlimited usage, and some companies are encouraging their employees to use as much as they can just to see what they can learn from AI. And yeah, I think it'd be interesting to be like, you know what, fine, I've got all the money from this. Let's just say, AI, you go do this task and I'm going to do it myself and we'll compare at the end. But since I'm not on the infinite, any sort of infinite plan, I'm not going to spend that money. But it would be kind of interesting to see. Or I'd have it, yeah, just constantly like monitoring, oh, did I code any bugs in something? Like, what can it find? What value could it possibly provide? Oh, I heard of Caveman, I think. And I don't know how much it, would reduce token usage or clarity. But I'm not super concerned about that yet. Because like I said, for right now, I'm on the $20 a month plan. If it turns out that I'm frequently hitting limits or something, I could upgrade to the $100 a month thing. But yeah, I want to try this out. I want to try this strategy that's saying to me. I also want to see this flipping thing that it's mentioning here. So how about we set this up for just like idle and walking maybe? I've never used the blend space. What are my eyes seeing? It's Claude suggesting some things that I want to test out. And hey, Pressel. So let's consolidate this into, so one animation player, yep. And we have idle down, left, and right. So let's go add those in. So this is not idle. We need to rename this. How do you rename it? Manage. Yeah, so this will be idle left. No, we don't have idle left. Idle right. Okay, so idle right. Now we want to add a property track of the sprite. That just crashed. How fun. No idea how much they're paying me to use, for me to use AI. All I know is they desperately want me to use as much of it as possible. Yeah, I think it'd be so cool to be on a plan like that so I could just try things out and not have to worry about it too much. Yeah. Is there an FAQ? Yeah. I've got it right there. Got both Claude and Codex Max for free from OSS. Haven't bothered to set them up yet. Have you used the different models? Because you said something like Haiku would be bad for technical decisions. Are you making that conclusion from experience or is it from reading online? Yeah. Okay, so this just broke. It would be nice if this didn't happen. Idle right. I'll try again. It should eventually work. Yeah, it works this time. All right, so we want, oh, I don't even need to click that. What am I doing? We just load in the idle animation here. And then we got to set H frames to 4, V frames to 3. Are we changing the flip as well? I don't know what I'm going to do for this. All right, so texture first, then H frames, then V frames, then frame. And I don't know what animation is going to look good here. These probably 10 frames per second would be too much. So maybe like 5 frames per second, which, oh wait, which means we set this to 0.8 and then we just click this. All right, so there's our idle animation, but that's not the right one. That's clearly facing down. So let's rename this to idle down. And if I just play this, there we go, pixel art. It's not going to work through that, right? We got to do it through one of these things. Is that even working? Yeah. Okay. Doesn't work on tokens, but on premium requests. Yeah. I think the only like sort of form of lock-in that might exist is that there are some memories in different AI like tools that you use. So like Claude has some memory thing, and I've only just signed up yesterday, so I don't know if I've even used it yet really. But if I used it through Copilot, I'd probably have to find some way to import those. I don't even know if I can. Using through other offers, my usage is small, so I didn't bother setting the max plan I got yet. I see. Yeah. Shortcut command for the command palette pre-filled with %. It is quick search. They have a consistent art style? No, they will not. I don't know about consoles. Yeah, I imagine that's not easy. Okay, so we have one state right now. That's all I've done. So let's go add in some other ones because it should be easy enough to do. Can we just duplicate this? I should be able to. There's a duplicate thing. I just don't know why that's not lit up. Do I have to like select something here? A track? Why can't I do this? Oh, maybe I need to have another animation already. Idle up. There's duplicate there. Yeah, so this probably duplicates two. Oh, weird. Now it's showing up. All right. Idle right. Yeah, strange. Duplicate was definitely disabled. And now it's enabled. I don't know what happened there. Maybe it was on the dummy animation player. I don't know. All right, well, whatever. Let's click this now. So we got to get these 4 animations, and we got to set their values to just something else. This one is right, so it's got to be 8, 9, 10, 11. Save. And then idle up should be what? Starting with 4? Yeah. Okay, so they're all our animations. If we just hit play now, we should see... Yep, great. And then let's set up one more set of animations. So walk, up, right, down, whatever. Yeah, let's go add a new animation. Walk down. Wait, I should probably just duplicate. No, I shouldn't. Just make sure we pick the same order. Texture, H frame, B frame, frame. Okay, so new, we don't need to do that. Texture, walk. How many frames are there now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 6 by 3. So add in the texture, H frames, this, and then we want this to be 1.2 seconds long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not right. What happened there? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, no, it worked just fine. It just looked like it was walking up for a second. Huh, strange. All right, now we duplicate this to all the other ones. So walk up and walk right. And then just find their correct frames. What is it? Up is next. So we set this to 6. God, there should really be a better way to do this. Maybe I should just do this through the frame button. Let's try that for this one. So just delete this whole thing. And then click this. Yeah, that was pretty fast. Okay, so we have all our animations now. That was the easy part. Now we make one animation tree with an animation node state machine. We have that, where each action is a state, but instead of each state being a single animation, it's a blend space 1D or a blend space 2D. So that I've never done. So we go over to the tree here. Here's my idle state, but it's supposed to be a blend space 2D. How does this work? Whoa. Okay, so I guess we add in our animations here. Yeah, interesting. So this is idle right. This is idle up. Idle down. And then it said to do something. It says animation not found idle. What is it trying to get? Idle right, up, down. Yeah, I won't have time to finish this before the break starts. What is happening? I'm trying to figure out a good way of controlling this using an animation tree and not have to like I don't know, struggle with this at all. So we're going to test this out. And then if this works, I guess we're going to end up doing this for a lot of different games in here. It might be annoying to set this stuff up. But for now, actually, I'm going to take a break. And I believe I fixed the caption stuff. So let's see. Is it jump time? Should be pretty fast. It might not have gotten the right. Ah, yeah. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Close the game. Nice. It's nice to have captions working again. Oh, man. Okay. So, based on a blend position you set from code, horizontal flipping handled separately via flip H. Control from the character script. Animation tree doesn't need to know about left at all. Okay, that's fine. So, state machine only has 5 to 6 states. Adding new action is 1 new state plus 3 animations, not 4. You keep animation players as source of truth. Flip page is trivial and costs nothing. Okay, so we got to set the blend position to the direction that you're facing. And it's just going to pick the nearest one. Except in the case of facing left. Then we need to do this differently. Yeah, it says treat as right for blend. Yeah, okay. And then this thing about flipping. Okay, so let's try this out. So it's this bit that's important here. We need to get the sprite and the animation tree. We're going to do this from in here. So private sprite 2D sprite and the animation tree. And then in ready, we're going to fetch those things. This is actually just called sprite. And then we need some kind of like input handler here. So override physics process. All right, this should be animation tree. So let's just assume that we're idle right now, which is the only state I even have in here anyway. But this should be, I guess, idle like that. No, it's called idle too if you do that. How do we delete this? There. Okay, transition from here to here. I should really learn what these buttons are. What are they? They don't have hotkeys? Shift, left click, connects the selected node with another node. So if I shift, ooh, nice. Okay, so there's the hotkey. All right, so we have our idle state. That's all we are able to enter. And when you press a button, we're going to do something different here. So parameters slash, I guess, idle. We'll just say string action equals idle. And then a facing direction. So this is going to be a vector 2. And let's just set this to vector 2 dot right. And that's it. So all this should do is make us face right when I run this. Let's try that. Claude is down now. Oh no. Also, hi everyone who was typing during Jump Royale. I can't see my sprite because I never added them to the game, did I? That would be helpful. All right, let's put them next to the house for right now. So here they'll show in front of the house. We need some Y sorting eventually. I'm not going to do that yet. I mean, we need a lot of things eventually. It's like rapid scaffolding of games. Yeah, so now they're facing right. Now, what if I set this to up? This is our only test, then we make input actually control this. And they should now face upward, right? No, now they face down. Up is 0, -1. Okay, that's the problem. Up needs to be on the opposite side of where it is. Yeah, I understand why this happened. Because in our animation tree, I have up at the bottom of the chart. Oh, well, we could just set a negative. We could set negative on top and positive on bottom. No, you can't do that. Okay, that's just the scale. Can you change? It doesn't matter. I could just swap these nodes. Yeah. Or we could pass in a different thing. Yeah, so that should fix it. So now we should be facing upward. Yeah. Okay. So then let's go plug in actual controller code here. We can take it from the platforming character that we made. There should be some, yeah, physics process stuff here. So here you can move in any direction. And do we want you to be able to move diagonally? Probably not. Probably you should be confined to the cardinal directions. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. So instead of get axis here, what do we have? Farming player. So vector 2 direction equals input dot get. Isn't there a way to do both of these at once? Is it this? Specifying 4 actions for the positive and negative X and Y axes. Yeah, this. Okay. So negative X, etc. Let's go figure this out. Hey, Philip. And hey, Pickle. No diagonals? What year is this? I mean, there are no diagonal animations. I think if you don't have diagonal animations, you probably shouldn't allow for diagonal movement. What was I gonna do here? Just gonna go look at the camera movement that we have. Yeah, so we have a physics process for this. We apparently don't. Where is this? Move node with the camera. There's some camera input handler. Here it is. Yeah, so get vector. Here's everything that we want. So it's camera left, camera right, up and down. And what did I set these to? Just UI left, up and down? I don't know what I called them. Are they built in? They're built in. Okay, so what are they called? UI left, right, up and down? Yeah, okay. All right, let's just copy this then. So in our case, it's going to be UI underscore. And then I don't have a way to make this lowercase. Lower camel case. That should, oh, no. Toggle case there. That's good. Okay, so there's our direction. Now I want to set this to the direction, but we need to do something certain here. So var blend direction. Oh, and then we need to normalize this and then like clamp it to a single direction. Let me think about that. So like, let's say we have it at exactly 45 degrees. I guess we pick the nearest 90-degree angle. Yeah, that's what I really want to do, right? Direction dot angle returns the vector's angle with respect to the x-axis or 1, 0 in radians. Yeah. Gonna be from never-ending code reviews. Yeah, although who knows, maybe that'll be a thing of the past eventually too. Just be AI reviewing AI code and you just telling it do this and it does it or it doesn't. So I want to clamp this to the nearest 90 degrees, which would actually be pi over 2. I wonder if there's an easier way to do this. I mean, let's just find out. Get cardinal direction from vector. This is technically not a Godot thing. Better way to snap to a cardinal direction. Just check to see if the x coordinate is greater than the y coordinate. Okay, that works. Yeah, can't you pick the highest as the value? Yeah, you can. Yeah. All right, so if math f dot absolute direction dot x is greater than math f dot absolute direction dot y, then we have a var or vector to cardinal direction. So in this case, it's going to be, yeah. Else get it from the other one. All right, so there's our cardinal direction. Now we want to use the cardinal direction here. So if this x is less than 0, then we do a new vector 2 1. I guess just vector 2 dot right. Otherwise, we want the cardinal direction. Now, can we do this without normalizing? No, it's already normalized when you get this, right? Length limited to 1. Yeah. Okay. How are we looking now? Can you do const var? No. Because var is actually about the type, not about the mutability of what is holding. I'm actually kind of surprised you can't do that. All right, so does this work now? Now I should be able to change the direction. Hey, Ickies. Let me know if that's how you pronounce your name, by the way. Happy to pronounce it different way. Okay, so if I face right, up, down, that all works, but I can't face left because I forgot to set flip. That's why. Okay, so is facing left is equal to this. If is facing left. Actually, I guess we just set our sprite flip according to that, right? Sprite.flip h. And then cardinal direction, same thing here. Okay, and now when, whoops. Now we just need, when you're not pressing anything, that it remembers where you were facing last time. But still, for now, this should let me move all 4 different directions. Yeah, nice. Okay, so that is how a blend node works. That's pretty interesting. That's really interesting. So I want to write some notes about this. Write notes about the blend mode. And then make it so that the character doesn't go crazy. Oops. Doesn't go crazy when you don't press anything due to dead zones. That's wild. The blend zone thing? Because, yeah, I think this is pretty interesting. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, though. But this is a pretty nice way of handling this. Yeah. Now, I got to say, they do mention this in their documentation, but it is very, very daunting. So if you just look at this, look at just the scroll bar size here. This is how long the page on animation tree is. And so they talk about blend modes, and like it makes sense when you read about them, but then it's hard to figure out what idiomatic usage would be of it. Yeah, neat. Please press something. Yeah, your character just starts going nuts. All right, so let's write some notes about that. Godot animation tree. Oh boy. Okay, so idiomatic usage of, what is that thing called? Animation node blend space 2D. Is that the actual name of this? I don't even know where you add blend space 2D. But what is it in code? How do I find this? Farmingplayer.tscn. Nope, that's not it. Farmplay.tscn. Got it. All right, so blend space 2D. Yeah. Animation node blend space 2D. Okay. So here's a pretty common scenario in a lot of games. You have a sprite sheet with like, it'd be nice to show a picture of this, but I want to actually include a sprite sheet in my notes. You have a sprite sheet with animations for 3 directions representing many different actions: idle, walking, attacking, etc. You want to pick the right animation depending on which direction you're facing, and you want the 4th direction to be a horizontal flip of an existing one. Also has a decent scroll bar. Yeah, it does. Hey, Krasner. Thank you. Yeah, this week is going to be kind of interesting because I think it's going to be divided like this. Today through Wednesday, or like end of Wednesday, is going to be all this farming sub game. Then I think Thursday we'll do another music stream. It'll just be a half day. And then Friday is going to be the Twitch front page, where we're actually going to go back to Skeleseller just to play the game for a little bit. And then I don't know what we're doing for the rest of the day. Probably working on the farming sub game again. Yeah. So yeah, we don't have as much time as we normally would to just to just do coding. Okay, so this setup worked pretty well for me. So now we need to describe this. This is really obnoxious. So where is it? There's something about using it with a sprite in here. Did I not write this down? Yeah, I guess I didn't really. It's here. Excuse me. So sprite. Well, I guess let's write the scene tree. Sprite 2D. This will be animated with the, yeah, this is what will animate. Then animation player. This contains animations for the sprite. And then animation tree. This controls the animation player. Excuse me, for the sprite 2D. And then we need something else here, right? We need to say that the animation tree within it has a node state machine. Animation node state machine. Animation node state machine. Note, this is within the animation tree, not in the scene itself, or not in the scene hierarchy itself. This will have high level states like idle and walk with transitions between them. We should probably finish making all this up. And then under here, we have blend space, whatever it's called, animation node blend space 2D. Yeah, so add one of these for each high level state. Then within the animation node blend space 2D, you set something up like this. All right, let's take a picture of this. Oh, no, hello, picture. Oh, I should probably annotate this. Vector 2 dot up is, what is vector 2 dot up? Should be 1, 0. 0, -1. Yeah, sorry, I just, yeah. 0, -1. Vector 2 dot down is 0, 1. So you would put your idle down animation here. Okay. Do you ever get anxious while taking notes or feeling like it's too long? I am overwhelmingly convinced by their value. So however long they take is however long they have to take. Like, this is something that, to be honest, for this game I'm working on now, probably will just be in my head, assuming I use this. But whenever anyone's like, oh, how'd you do that? I will very much link them to this, and I think they will benefit from it. Hey, Pepsi. Yeah, I don't have a Claude command. I have an AI command. But I only just got the Claude subscription yesterday. So within this, draw. Well, draw. How do you even draw? Right click and add animation. Yeah, so right click the background and add animations as shown. Yeah, and then you just got to control these through code. Then through code, do something like this. I mean, I could just copy paste all of this and we can put it into here for right now. Yeah, so we could just call this like player. Now, I did not handle the pickaxe stuff. I got to do that. Yeah, I'll just paste this in here. All right. 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. Pacific time. What does that mean exactly? Consume a larger share of the weekly budget. Wow. Kind of crazy. So I wonder if this means that it's better to use a different country's AI model so that if there are peak times that you're not in their peak times. Like if you're in Europe, you'll pretty much never be in their peak times, right? Not never, I guess. Because what? Like Germany's 9 hours from me. So that would be what, 2 p.m. to like 8 p.m. So I guess it's like the latter half of your workday. Well, not even half. Latter like 3/8. Yeah. Okay, so what did I need to do? The pickaxe thing, right? Okay, so let's control the walking state too. Yeah, this is a little bit, it's a little bit much to do. I will say that. There's a lot going on here. That's not what I meant to click. Walk. All right, so we add points to all of these. So this is going to be walk down. This is going to be walk up. And this is going to be walk right. And then I'm just done. Now we can shift from idle to walk, walk to idle. And the difference is whether or not you're walking. And what is, let's just look at what I did for the other one, right? Yeah, not as walking. Okay. All right, so now I just need to control that through code. Fun, fun, fun. Is walking is just to see if your velocity is meaningfully greater than 0. And this needs to be a property that we have up here. All right, let's start with this. We don't actually move the character. We probably should. I don't know why this is... Oh, this is entirely private. Why can't I select this? What's going on? Strange. Okay, then we got to set the velocity somewhere. So... move and slide. Okay, velocity equals whichever cardinal direction you're in, scaled by your speed. And I don't know what your speed should be, so let's just say const float speed equals, I don't know, 40 pixels per second. And then move and slide, and that's pretty good. Okay, so now we need to figure out if you actually moved, if velocity is approx 0. Or we just set that equal to that. Is walking equals that. Are we good? Hey, LA. Does it make sense to have a continuous blend space? We only have discrete animations, so probably not. But I don't know for sure. Okay, so we're only ever trying to use the idle animation no matter what. We got to switch what action you're doing based on whether or not you're walking. So this stuff should all probably go over here. And then we can say if is walking action equals idle. Yeah, I could just do it this way. Is walking walk, otherwise idle. All right, I probably still messed this up. Yeah, so it's not animating smoothly. Oh, because there's no loop on those. That's just a me problem. Okay. And then, yeah, our idle keeps flipping because of my dead zone, I think. But yeah, otherwise, this is looking pretty good. So let's see if that actually was the problem. Is it just that I don't have looping set on this? Yes, it is. Okay, very easy fix. Every single one of these should have looping on. Yep, they all do now. right, so that on its own should already make this better. Here, Amy. All right, you do move pretty slowly, though. We don't have a run animation, do we? Oh, they do have a run animation. Oh, cool. Then we should probably use that too. But I think the important thing to do next is tooling animation so that we can see what we're going to do about flipping this thing. Yeah, so make a tool use animation so that we can test the flipping code with physics. Maybe change the tile you hit to be dirt for now. All right, so we wrote notes about the blend mode. Oh yeah, and then write notes about this if they turned out to be important. All right, make it so they don't go crazy when you don't press anything. Yeah, so that's happening due to, I think, the dead zone. Yeah, it's got to be. So probably if you don't do anything, we should just keep track of which direction you were facing last. Yeah. Private vector to prior cardinal direction. And we could just set this to down. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. It just has to be one of the directions. So if the vector is, this can just be set to this. If the direction is not 0, then set all of this stuff. And that should be it, right? Yeah, that should hopefully be it. I don't know. Let's find out. Oh, now they're moving in that direction. Funny. So this is the cardinal direction if you pressed it. That's your velocity. That's kind of funny. It's not doing what I wanted because I'm not checking this correctly. Oh no, we never set the velocity to 0. Oh, I suspect there's still some problems here because I'm not really thinking through this too heavily. Yeah, so when you stop moving now, it makes you face downward, which I don't think we want. What is causing that to happen? We take your facing direction, which is going to be your cardinal direction, which is set to your prior one. Oh, I never set the prior one. I guess the only way it can change is by changing it here. Hey, nice. Okay. Look at that. So we got our basic character movement, only in cardinal directions. They can only walk. And they walk very, very slowly. So now we want to get them to be able to run. Well, not really, actually. We should probably do tool usage next. So for that, we got to go find any of the tool usage ones. Let's go. Which one should we do? Shovel, pickaxe? I guess it doesn't really matter. Because regardless of what tool we're going to do, we're going to act like it's a shovel. The pickaxe one looks a little bit cooler than the shovel one. Oh, no, they both have that motion part of the animation. All right, shovel it is. Okay, so let's go include shovel over here. And now we want to go plug that in. So click this and then load shovel. All right, so we got 5 by 3, 5 by 3. And I want a new animation here. Shovel down. That's not right. This is what this is supposed to be. What's going on? Delete this. Delete, delete. Why is it deleting? There. Okay, so we got 5 frames and we were doing this at 5 frames per second. So 0.2 and 1. Yeah, great. All right, so add in this, add in this, add in this, and then add in 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That did not work because I had the wrong thing typed in. But if I just set this to 5, it should be okay. Yeah, nice. So now we have our digging animation. Now this is just once. This should not loop. Looks pretty good. Hey, Magnus. So now we duplicate this to be shovel up. And duplicate again to be shovel right. Shovel down we did. Shovel up we did not do. Okay, let's go do that. And where's the zoom? There it is. And I said that it was easier to just delete all these and do it again. Sure. So it's going to be 5. Done. And then right. Delete these as well. And 10. Cool. So there are all of our shovel animations. Now we go put them in the animation tree. So add a new node and call this shovel. Then add in all the shovel things. Shovel down, shovel up, and shovel right. Might sound like I messed that up, but I did not. The y-axis is flipped. And then animations going into them. So you could either walk or idle into shoveling, right? So we want things into both of these. And then once you're done shoveling, should you move into walking? I guess you could if you're still holding the control stick. So yeah, let's do that. So I guess we put in is shoveling here. And then this would be not is shoveling and not is walking. And then same thing over here. This is not is shoveling but is walking. Okay, so now you got to be able to press a button. What button do we have? What button even is? I guess it's the jump button. Maybe I should make a use tool button. And it's just bound to the same thing. Not sure how I want to do that. I'll just use the jump button for right now. All right, so jumping code we used to have inside of physics process, but we could put this as input code. I mean, I guess it doesn't make too much of a difference. Platformer character. Yeah. Common action button for AWSD movement, like E or Q. Oh, my question was more along the lines of, I have semantic names for inputs. So like we have jump, and yes, that maps to a particular button. Maybe it's A on a controller. But then should we make like use tool also map to A, or should we just call it jump again? And it's more like this is your primary action. So yeah, option 1 is use a generic name like primary action. And option 2 is use specific names and have duplicate mappings. And I don't know what we want to do for that yet. I'm not going to worry about that yet. Pet peeve of mine, using 2 booleans instead of an enumeration for a 3-state possibility space. Yeah, a lot of this could be improved. I want to get it working first. And since these are sub games, usually getting it working is all we need to do and not actually make it look nicer. You're gonna have a lot of games that use option 1. Yeah, I'm debating on this. I guess how we render it to the player can be different, but as an example, like imagine I just handed you Mega Man X on the Super Nintendo. Like you might naturally find the jump button is where you press first, and then maybe dash is where you press next, and shoot is where you press next. But someone else might have a different logical layout for their buttons, and I don't think there's any way we can set something that everyone would expect. Although maybe we could, I don't know. Well, I'll figure that out later. It's a problem for later. Because we can just have something on screen that teaches you how to play. All right, so I think we are going to put this in here for right now. So if you decide to shovel, then you would not be able to move. So we need to stop you from moving for some amount of time. So I guess we just process that first. If input.is action just pressed. I think by event, right? No, this is physics tick, so it could just be just pressed. This is jump. Is that right? Yes, it is right. So if you press jump, then we need to set you to shoveling. Is shoveling. And I guess we need to see if you're in a state where you can shovel. So let's just do this for right now. Is shoveling equals true. And this is in not is shoveling. I'll control this better in a little bit. So then we play out the animation for shoveling. And then we don't have a way to transition you to know that you're done with this. So we need to know that you're done with the shoveling animation. Unless you can cut this off somehow, which I don't think you should be able to cut off. We do this in one place. Animation finished. Where is it? It's on an animation tree. Here it is. Like a tutorial or something. Yeah, exactly. Use Homer mods. Setting up ZSA Voyager right now, and there's far less space on my Moonlander. Trying to figure out what's best for mods. I tried Homer mods for a while. I did not like them. So I have my key map here. The mods are on the home row, but they're in other layers. So let me just explain this like this, I guess. I do have some dual function keys, but in general, dual function keys are a pain, for me at least. And I didn't feel like figuring out what's the best combination of settings. There might have been one. I just didn't want to embed it into my muscle memory for like 2 weeks and then be like, no, actually, that doesn't work. Let me try a different setting. So dual function keys are annoying. For those who don't know what they are, it's like I can press O on my keyboard and it types out an O. That's how everyone's keyboard works. But then if I hold O, it actually lets me move the mouse. So like if I want to move the mouse, now I need to be cognizant of, am I holding or am I pressing? Because if I don't hold it for long enough, I will end up trying to do this when I move the mouse and I'll type a bunch of garbage. And that's why I didn't like Homer mods, because they're dual function keys and you need to be careful about how long you're pressing them for. So I switched to instead is one-shot mods and combos and mods and layers. So I'll explain this very briefly. The one-shot part is that if I press a modifier key on my keyboard, like my hands are not on my keyboard. When I press Q, it's going to type Shift Q. And then I press it again, it's going to type regular Q because I had Shift already pressed beforehand. So it will apply it to the next keystroke. So I can press Shift and then A, and I can just press A, Shift, A. So it doesn't matter, like, am I holding it down or not? That's the one-shot part of things. Combos, I have combos like NEI goes to Command. So when I want to type Command A, I can actually press all 3 of these fingers down and then press A. And then mods and layers is just if I want to do something like, I don't know, Command A, I need to enter a layer to hit Command, and I then press A. So there's a lot going on there. I can explain more if you want, but the keyboard video mostly talks about it, and the key map also shows it. There's a ghost in the screen. Hey, install. Hey, Supercuber. Mark. Never in my life would I get used to that. It's not too bad. Yeah, one-shot mods are pretty nice. I do like them. Also, it's funny because on Windows, I think you can enable one-shot mods at the OS level, and I always hated them. I was like, why would I ever want this? And then I started using this keyboard and I'm like, oh, okay, this is pretty nice. And now I like it. I will say there are a lot of programs where you would not want this to be the case. So as an example, in JetBrains, by default, pressing Shift twice will activate a menu. But I don't have a Shift key. I have a one-shot mod Shift key. So I can press Shift a bunch of times. It'll do nothing. And you press Shift and then clear it, and then Shift and then clear it. So I got to like do 4 key presses for that. So things like that are frustrating. And yeah, if you're using like music programs or something, you probably just want to switch to a regular keyboard. In fact, actually, I was telling my friend about this. So on a, well, the cord's too short to show you this. But anyway, on a normal, like a piano keyboard, if you were to map this to computer keys, you would typically do something like this, where you would map like C, C sharp, D, D sharp, E, and so on and so forth. When you're not on a QWERTY layout, that all is meaningless. So yeah, a lot of little things that this keyboard can be frustrating for, but yeah. I want to disable them when gaming. I have a gaming layer, but I don't think it's easily possible to tie it to disabling combos and Ergodox. Probably not in Ergodox, no, but if you were to dive into QMK, you could do it pretty easily. Would you prefer more keys or do you prefer that layout? I like this layout, except I would want an encoder knob to control volume. It's just the coolest thing. I had this on one of my other keyboards. So yeah, if I could get this just like, I don't know, over here, that'd be great. And you can make that. I'm not going to like rebuild my keyboard, but I love that. It's so cool. So I don't know if you count that as another key, but if you do, then yes, I would want one more key. Yeah, I don't think, well, some games you can play pretty easily on a Moonlander. I think RPGs work pretty well. The problem with gaming on half of a Moonlander is that every once in a while you want to type something, so you still need the other half of the keyboard for typing. All right, so we have is shoveling here. We check this. We need to engage that animation now, and we don't have a way of doing this easily. This is where things I think are getting a little bit kind of crazy. So we need to figure out your action based on a whole bunch of different things. Maybe this is worth keeping just an enumeration around. All right, well, I'm going to just do this like this for right now. Let's try this. Hey, Zealotix. I fixed the captions. Hey, neat. We can dig once and then never again because I never actually changed. Oh, I never even put the code in. I copied it, but I never pasted it. I think I got sidetracked. Yeah. Okay. My bad. I thought I put this in. So we just need to check when you're in shovel, then is shoveling is false. Cool. All right. That should do it. Let's try that out. So now you can shovel, which does nothing, but it will do something. Wow, that is a slow animation. Also, it still does not finish the animation. Why not? Why not indeed? Not is shoveling and not is walking. Not is shoveling and is walking. Okay, what is the problem? Also, I should write this down somewhere. Like, consider consolidating the action in the code and without a million booleans so that the animation trees can be simpler. Oh, no worries. I wouldn't be streaming if I wasn't okay with sidetracking, and I'm back on track now. I guess they say the line part. Yeah. He's already dead. I know that was a different scene. All right. So why are we not switching? What is going wrong here? Maybe this code's never getting hit? Oh, because it's not called shovel. It's called shovel right or something. Maybe it is called shovel. I don't know. Let's just put a breakpoint there. This is going to be very noisy, right? No, maybe not. Animation name is shovel down. Yeah, that's the problem. Oh, interesting. Okay, well, what we'll just do for now is if anim name dot starts with. Why is there no starts with? Because this is a string name and not a string. How do you find out what the type of this is? Yeah, it's a string name. Ugh, okay, fine. Well, this is dumb, but we're still doing this for right now. So if it starts with shovel, then there. Specify string comparison. I don't care about that. Can you just always set it to false? We probably can. Yeah. I wanted to. Yeah, nice. Right now I had the world's slowest shoveling animation. We should probably speed that up a bit because it's kind of tedious. It's very tedious. Well, I don't know. Farming games are supposed to be relaxing, right? So like if you had to shovel everything like this. No, I think that's too slow. It's just too slow. So how fast should it be compared to this? This is 1 second. Should we speed it up by like 25%? I don't want it to be too fast. You just need a stat that you can level that speeds it up. Yeah, we could do that too eventually, but for now, I just want to speed this up by a little bit. So how about this? Let's set this to, how do we do this? Scale selection. So we need a selection. Select that, scale to 0.75. And then set this to 0.75. And then we got to do that a couple of other times. Hello, how do I select just this? There we go. Scale selection, 0.75. Oh, nice. It keeps track of that. And then shovel up. I don't know why I typed that again, even though I remarked that it kept track of it. Okay, so this, yeah, you speed up your shoveling for $2.99. All right, look at that. Speed shoveling. 0.75 seconds. You got snow in your driveway? Not a problem. Buy my speed shovel. Oh, nice. If you, there's a bug. I don't know why I said nice for that. It's not nice. Hey, Worka. Can you not scale the play rate in code? I probably could, yeah. And that probably would be smarter than doing that every time. All right, so it looks like if we go directly from shoveling into shoveling again, that there's a problem. Yeah. And that it doesn't play the animation again. I guess what's happening is we're probably very quickly going into idle and then back here in one frame. So we either need to restart the animation, which should be a thing that happens here, right? Is it not possible? Play mode forward, advance on start. What does that mean? On receiving a request to play an animation from the start, the first frame is not drawn, but only processed. I don't know what that means. Use custom timeline. Whoa, neat. But I still don't know how to do what I'm trying to do here. How do I... Reset is set to on. If true, destination animation is played back from the beginning when switched. I wonder if the state machine is not switching. Oh, it might be that it's not switching. Because we're probably setting it shoveling back to true immediately. So the animation finishes. We set this to false. Then we press the button immediately and set it back to true. So I guess when we set it to false, we need to change states to something else. Which I don't like the idea of doing that. Okay, so problem when done shoveling, you can immediately shovel again, which doesn't replay the animation. So option one could be delay it by a single frame so that the animation gets changed to idle or walking. Option two could potentially be like force it to be idle or walking. I think we can do that, and we don't even need to, I don't think we need to do anything special after that too. I think we just do this and just set it to idle and pick literally any vector and it wouldn't matter. We could pick like last cardinal, prior cardinal direction. I think that'll fix it. And if we go into walking, you won't even notice that anything changed. Wait, no. No, you do see the shovel go upward, right? Yeah, you do. Well, I think that's the problem. Yeah, I can't press the button fast enough to cause the original problem anymore. No, I still can. Okay, well, so much I know. Are we just stuck in that state for good if that happens? Or can I just move after that? No, there we go. And yeah, I'm stuck in that state for good. So I don't think this is actually the problem that I thought it was. We have is shoveling set to true and nothing set to false because, oh yeah, because the animation will never finish. Right. So when I did this, the shovel animation would play in a different direction or could play in a different direction. Maybe that was always the case. Let's try that. No, it's not that code. That code is just already there. How is that happening? I think this is because my animations in the tree are desynchronized from what they are in code. I gotta think about that. So shoveling is true for us to be in that animation. And then I press up. Let me write this down. So I shovel facing left and then hold up. There's a single frame of shoveling upward happening. You're not supposed to be able to change your direction in that time. This is when the animation finishes, which would let us change directions, but the animation is still playing the old one. Oh, because animation finish doesn't mean that it's going to transition to a different state. Can't I just put this at the end of the shoveling animation? Yeah, why don't I just do that? Like, let's try it just on, I don't know, facing downward. But I could just put a call method at the end, right? Or property even. Farming player, shoveling. Shoveling doesn't show up. I might need to make it public if I'm going to do that. Does that work? Oops, what am I doing? Property. Shoveling. Huh, why can't I get that to show up? Normally you need to rebuild, but I think it automatically rebuilds. Yeah, strange. Hey, Mr. Who Cares? Hello, hello. Maybe it's not a property? No, there wouldn't be anything else. Maybe you can't use this to control properties. Or maybe you have to export it. I'm not certain how this works, so let's just keep trying things until we figure it out. There it is. Yeah, that works. Okay, so then it doesn't need to be public. We can just export it as a private one. And now we should see that. So I can just turn this off at the very end. And I guess we could turn it on at the very beginning, right? Then we don't need to set this at all. Well, yes, we do. Because excuse me. I think this is problematic. We have a mix of code here and animation tree stuff, and I should only control things from one place. But let's try this and see if we see these same problems. Ooh, 75,000 channel points spent. Yeah, so now we can just move out of this. Why though? Is shoveling is now set to true when you press this button, and it gets set to false at the end of the animation. There's no easing for booleans though. Oh, it's only for shoveling down, that's why. I forgot. I only did it downward. And it like super messes up when you do that, huh? Although maybe it's because we got into a weird state before that. No, it's just messed up. Looks fine to me. What is happening? Is shoveling should just be set to true. And we set this through code actually, which I guess is redundant. The only thing that turns it off is this at the end. Now it's a jackhammer. Yeah, I don't see the problem here. Hey yo. I gotta think of a unified way of doing this. Like, how do we want this to work? Something needs to transition into this animation. And if this thing is going to turn on that we're shoveling, then we need to have known from a different Boolean or different condition somehow that you're in that animation. Could this be related to jittering from your controller? It shouldn't, because if we're shoveling, then we should just set our velocity to 0 the whole time. And then our action should just be set to shovel no matter what. How far off is JavaScript from C#? I mean, this is one of those, like, you know, if I said, hey, it's 100,000 miles away, you might say, well, in astronomical terms, that's pretty close. But in just, you know, humans on Earth terms, it's incredibly far away. C# and JavaScript, in terms of, like, what properties do they have? Like, they're both multi-paradigm languages at this point. They're executed differently. But like, they're probably not going to feel super different in terms of logic and control flow and function calls. I think the biggest differences you'll find are with JS, it is dynamically typed. And with C#, it's statically typed. And then the like kind of execution environment is a little different. So I think those are kind of the biggest things. And in that sense, they're sort of close. But close is in the eye of the beholder. I don't mean to give a like super pedantic answer, but Yeah, this is kind of an opinionated answer. Is there a reason you pick C sharp? Yeah, I got the Y C sharp thing. Check that out. LCLC and welcome in. Okay, so we got to figure this out when I get back from my break. But yeah, there's a problem with shoveling. I need to unify how we transition between states and where we track the current state. All right, I'm going to go take my break. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Close the game. Okay, so what is going on here? So let me think of how this should work. We need something, well, we need to know that you are able to shovel when pressing a button. And then enter that state. So there's the code side of things, and there's the animation tree. The animation tree needs some condition to be met, or we manually change states. I don't think you, wait, I guess you can do that. We can travel to a state. Yeah, we can travel to a state if we want to do that. Hey, Mr. D-Boy. I wonder if that's better. And then we don't have conditions at all. Did I do this ever? I did. I don't like how this looks, but I kind of wonder, what if we did that? So if we got the animation tree and had it travel to a specific node, and the node in this case is shovel, but then don't we need to tell it which direction we're facing? I don't know. And then we don't even need to set this to true, although then we won't have the code down there. Yeah, I'm not sure what's best to do here. I wonder what's going on here. It's like, is shoveling is set to false, but why would it be? I'm going to turn this track off for a second. So now nothing should set it to false. Nothing, there's no code in the game to set it to false. So I just must be messing something up. It must be this. All right, let's just print out the action. Yeah, nice. That was what I wanted. Yeah, it thinks we're back in idle for some reason. Strange. But the only way for that to be possible is if shoveling wasn't true. I just don't get how that's possible. All right, let's do this. Let's print this out. What could be resetting this? It's got to be getting set to false. Yeah, something is setting it to false. But what? Oh, maybe there's a reset position now in the animation player. Yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate. I think if I turn that off, it'll get fixed. Yeah. Oh, man. Okay. Well, this is why you probably shouldn't use the animation player to do this stuff. This looks familiar. Yeah, I wonder why. I think I'm using a different asset pack. I found the asset pack that you're using, but this one should be a different one, I think. All right, so I'm still torn on how I want to. I need to eventually detect that you're done shoveling, and that's based on the animation. So we need to detect that you're done shoveling, and that's based on the animation finishing. I think we only have two options. Listen for the animation finishing, or put like change the state directly from the end of the animation. Hey, Cal. Where do you get the assets? That is from Itch. Yeah. It's not the blend that's giving me trouble. Like, this is just me trying to figure out how do we want to handle animation tree so that we can synchronize animations with your actions and know that you're in the correct state. So when you're done shoveling with that action, we need to know that you're finished. Yeah, one method is listen for animation finished. And the other method is have the animation itself turn off the state. So I am kind of curious about that. Let's try that out again. So maybe this is just not a reset property. And we put this in a shovel down and we check this box again. Does that check it over here too? It does not. Okay. So now when you shovel downward, it should fix its own state so that you can walk again afterward. It weirdly, okay. This is the part I don't understand. We should be in this state, and yet we're changing between shoveling and not shoveling, but this is only at the very end of this. Oh, maybe I just need to set this to discrete. It should already be discrete. Yeah, it is. I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand. Maybe reset is still happening. I don't want this on, though. Can I just delete it from there? No, it's still swapping every other frame. I don't know what I'm missing. Let's try setting this over here, maybe? Like, partway through, it'll think that it's done, and not all the way at the end. No, it doesn't like that either. Although it did play it the first time. Strange. Strange indeed. How does it even know? Oh, it's from here. Farming player. Oh, it sets it to true because I made it an export property? Oh my god. That's not how that should work. Yeah, it doesn't even let you change that. All right, so we just changed it from over here. It's still doing this, though. Something else is going on. Node path. Set it to true and then false. Time 0.6. And there's nothing else here. So literally the only thing that sets it to false is this one node that I have. And if I turn that off, if I just delete this, then it should never be set to false. So now we'll get stuck in the shoveling animation. Yes, we are stuck in the shoveling animation now. Also, this keeps getting set back to on. I don't want that to happen. Yes, now we can press it once. No, it's getting turned off again. Excuse me. Okay, this is perplexing. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what I could be missing at this point. There is no other animation that tries changing this. It's literally just this one. It might be that it's getting reset anyway. I'm not sure how you're supposed to do this. Can you print current node in the animation tree? It's going to be swapping because is shoveling keeps getting set to false, and then our code's going to try to change it. Yeah. There's something going on here that I don't fully understand, and I think it has to do with this being exported so that it can be set through the animation player. If we just didn't export this, I don't think it would go wrong. Like, we could call a method instead, and it would probably be fine. Let's try that just to see, because otherwise I don't know what's happening here. So this is kind of stupid, but we're going to make a public void set shoveling via function. Bool is shoveling, yeah. Okay, so now if instead of this, we delete this, delete the whole thing. Coughing more than normal, that's not good. Call method. All right, so insert key, set shoveling via function. We want to set this to on. And then over here, we want to set it to off. Good. Okay, so if this works just fine, then it has something to do with the reset property, which is annoying. Yeah, it's working great now. Well, it doesn't finish it for the left side because I didn't code it for the left side. Oh, that's really, really bad. I don't like having to do that. I wonder if that's a bug. But yeah, it's working great now. You don't have any problems, right? Yeah, you can't enter like a different... Yeah, this is exactly what I want. So now how do we do this without having to call a function each time? It's not even that the function call is that hard. It's just that the ergonomics of adding the function call are annoying. I had to click this and then right click over here instead of just checking a box. And then we set this and insert another one over here. Yeah, I don't like this. I'm going to do it for all of them just to test that everything's working okay. Can I copy these? Yes, I can. Okay. So there. Yeah, this is different from what I thought would happen. Oh, no, it is still messing up when you press up. Why didn't that happen? Oh, maybe it's because... Oh, it's not the up animation. It's the flip animation that's changing. What happened there? Yeah, so flipping can change How does that happen? Because that's an easy to solve problem. Yeah, we have it right here. Check the cardinal direction. The cardinal direction should only be able to change though if you're not shoveling. Strange. Yeah, strange. So something's still going wrong. Which is that you're changing the cardinal direction while you're still in the shoveling animation. It's off by a single frame. All right, so one of the questions I have is how can I expose is shoveling to the animation player without it resetting states, without resetting the value every time we change states? And why are we still considered to be in the shoveling animation even when it should be done? I guess because we haven't shifted in anything else. So I say is shoveling the, well, no. It would in the animation tree. There's something else I'm not understanding here. Yeah, because no matter what, it's either is walking is to be true or false. So both states are covered. It should move us one way or another back to a different state. But there's a frame where I can still change is shoveling. Did I not have this problem with the platformer game? Maybe it just wasn't as obvious. Godot animation tree. I don't know, detect when state is, or when animation is done. I know I can just call animation finished. I guess we could also just force the animation tree to navigate back to idle, for example. It seems like a mistake to me, though. Yeah, in fact, yeah, we have these transitions here. We could just check at end. I don't know why I didn't. I don't know why I didn't do that. So, like, we could add a new. What do we even do here? I don't know what we do. I was gonna say we could add a new state that I guess calls an animation that only sets shoveling to nothing. Like, I guess we do it this way. We add a new animation, stop shoveling. This is weird though. There'd be nothing in it. So then we add this over here and we automatically transition to this. So switch at end. And then in this one, in the animation player, we add a single track that calls that function that we added, set shoveling via function, to false. So it just says that we're stopped. And we set the amount of time to something very tiny. I don't know, it's 0.1. It shouldn't even take that long though. And then we should just immediately move after that to the next state. So now there'd be transitions here and here. This cannot be how I'm supposed to do this. So this is if not is walking. And this is walking. And we want to change immediately. Yeah. Okay, let's try that. This is very strange. I don't know if this even will work. So I think we hit some infinite loop thing here. Is that what it's saying? Which just coincidentally happened to work. Detected one or more loop transitions in a single frame. Wait, how's that happening? We'd go to idle. If we're not walking, we'd go to this. So is shoveling what's thought to be true? But we set it to false right here. Maybe it doesn't get a chance to run this because it's switching out of it immediately. In which case, it was a hack to begin with. Okay, so yeah, I'm not sure how you're supposed to handle this. I gotta find out. So I think the general problem that we have is I want to change states. Like I need to change states through code. But then I get stuck in the animation for 1 frame longer than I expect. So like when you press the B button, set is shoveling equal true and transition into, well, that's actually pretty much it. This causes the animation tree to enter the shoveling state and play that, well, technically just shovel, and play the shoveling animation. And then when it's done, I want to transition to another state. I guess the other problem, do I even want to transition to another state? Yeah, let's Command Z all of this so I can get back to what I had. There. And then delete. Oh, it's already gone. You're in the shoveling state. I guess what we could do is we could keep track. Yeah, we could keep track from the animation finish that we should change states, but that we haven't yet. I don't like any of what I'm talking about here. So this function should be set to do nothing. I'm gonna try this, but I hate this. Bool stop shoveling. So we do this. Set this to true. And then once we're here, if stop shoveling, then set this to false. And is shoveling equals false. This would have enough time to transition states? It wouldn't. So if you do this twice in a row, it's going to get stuck in the shoveling state, right? Yeah. This doesn't do anything for me. All right, well, I'm being a doofus. So, I don't know. Maybe I'd love to find, like, what do people do? Animation tree. Sync code to animation. Some parent object that animation play with a bunch of animations. Use an animation state manager. Is attacking is managed as a state when it's set to true. Yep, but the signals attached seem extremely unreliable. Yeah, this is pretty much what I'm encountering too. Oh, great, no answers. Oh man. Finite state machine. I mean, we have a finite state machine involved with this already. The problem is that it's happening from the animation tree. And yeah, I don't know what you're supposed to do to synchronize it with your code here. Make your own OS, language, and game engine. Okay, well, let's go back to this for a sec. So let's just set this to false here. And I want to just start again. Let's see what's wrong here. So if I do this and then I press up, then we see it flicker for a second where the shovel is in the upper left corner of the character sprite, like right there. But that's only a facing up problem. If I mash the shovel button, do we end up stuck in the shovel animation? Because I think we could get into that state. Yeah, we can. And that's it trying to transition from shovel back into shovel. Which we could fix that in a bunch of different ways. The other way of fixing this is just like wait a frame. Someone will show up to correct me. That was 2 years ago though. Otherwise I think that strategy could work. All right, maybe we just ask AI. I guess this is the whole reason I subscribed to this in the first place. All right, so let's just start a new chat. Well, no, actually we can still use this chat. So I have my animation tree. Type it into here. I have my animation tree set up for different actions. One of them is the shovel action, which enters a 0.5 second long animation of the character using a shovel. When that's done, I want to transition back to either idle or walk based on whether the player is holding a direction. No, I'm only paying $20. I signed up yesterday and I only used it for some tooling for the stream. I think the code here is just bad. In fact, I don't even know why I'd ask it a question at this point. I'd probably just tell it what the problem is and give it the code base. Yeah, probably. All right, how do we do that? Code. Okay, select folder. Code. Godot. Whoops. Where'd that go? Code. Godot. Stuck in a broken tutorial. Not using Copilot. I stopped subscribing to Copilot. We're in peak hours for another 30 minutes. Yeah, I'm still going to just try this now. I don't think I should change my usage too much based on the whole peak hours thing. Actually, wait, no, it's peak hours for another like 3 hours, isn't it? Someone shared something from Reddit earlier that said it was until 2 p.m. my time, and it's 10:30 a.m. It's probably an EU. Oh, there are different peak hours for your country? Oh, I thought it was just a universal peak hours based on where the servers are located. But maybe they have servers in different countries too. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, describe the problem. So, okay, so how about this? When I press the jump key to initiate shoveling, it plays the animation in the animation tree correctly. But there's a single frame at the end where is shoveling is false. What's the idiomatic way of addressing this general problem in Godot? How should I be managing state between the code and the animation tree? Actually, you know what? I will just ask this as a chat thing. Why not? I'll just give it the folder. Add files. No, never mind. I'll do it this way. Okay. So this, and then change it to, there should be a plan thing here, right? Plan mode. And sure, Opus, probably medium effort. And can I add like a specific file? Whoops. Game. I don't know if this is going to help it figure this out sooner, but I want this. Okay, let's try that. Read, write, or execute files. Only proceed if you trust it. Yeah, I definitely trust it. I wrote the code. We're going full var, yeah. It has access to the code it'll figure out. Yeah, I didn't know this would save it some trouble Because I know it has access to everything, but I've seen other AIs be like, oh, let's run grep on everything. And it's like, I can just tell at the starting point. Do you trust Claude? I mean, this isn't really a matter of trust so much, unless you mean like from a security perspective, like it's not going to delete my files. It doesn't have permission to delete files. But if you mean in terms of veracity, I will just verify it myself. So if it suggests something and I try it and it works, then great. Would you like me to refactor farming player to use animation tree playback state as a source of truth instead of the separate is shoveling boolean? Wait, I want to read what it said first. Query the animation tree's state machine as the source of truth instead of maintaining a separate boolean. I wonder if this is idiomatic. So I can do this. Yeah. Hey, there you go. So instead of this, you query this. So get playback and check to see if it's shovel. Eliminates the sync issue entirely. There's no separate boolean to go stale. Animation state is the state. Other options, call method tracks in the animation itself. Let the state machine manage transitions declaratively rather than calling travel from code. Querying the playback is the simplest fix. Remove is shoveling. So yeah, I mean, I guess this is fine. Sure. Because yeah, this is the problem I'm running into. And this is what I was saying. I just didn't know how else we'd. Well, I guess I didn't know a way to fix it. I just don't know what way they would recommend fixing it. Hey, Franken. Huh. Which subscription do I have? I just have the $20 a month one. Cache the playback and ready. Remove animation finished. Yep. Replace all is shoveling with that. Well, we could, yeah, local is shoveling. That sounds great. Okay. Replace is shoveling equals true. Plus travel. We'll just play. Wait, I have a travel in it? Oh, yeah. Set shoveling via function. Already commented on and used. Remove this. Yeah, this all sounds good. Okay. How do I approve it? Also, is my usage going nuts here? Let's find out. Usage is at 11% used. I mean, this isn't too bad. I'm not doing anything super crazy with this. And even this jumps up to like 20% right now. That's okay. All right, allow it to write farming player. Yeah, sure. I always have the history of the file if I ever want to go back to it. So let's go take a look. First, let's close out of these things. Then let's take a look at this. This is pretty small in terms of code. So now we keep track of the playback thing here. We get this over here. That's fine. Then we check to see if we're shoveling here. And we set it using the property that we had. We do still do playback.travel. I thought it said it wasn't going to do that. Where'd the plan go? Where did the plan go? Here. Yeah. Did I just make that up? I think I made it up. How do I copy this? I guess it's on my machine. Oh my God, it's so hard to do this. All right, let's just read that over here. Travel. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I did make it up. All right, let's try this out. How long have I been using Godot? I started back in 2020, but just kind of briefly to learn it. But then I made all of Skeleseller using Godot. So I'd say about like 2.5 years, let's say. Figure I can always revert if I need to. Yeah, so I believe that Rider keeps track of history of the files too. All right, so let's try this out. So now we can't actually move in a different direction. And set shoveling via function isn't there, but that's okay. That was done over here. I can just delete the whole track. There. Then our reset thing doesn't have that yet. Good. And then we need to figure out why we're no longer moving. This gets set there. Okay, that's fine. Blend position facing. Oh, you know what it might be? No. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I should be going into the walking states here. Something is wrong. It's only when I let go that it's doing something now. Let's see what the problem is. It's when I let go and the velocity is 0 that this happens. Cardinal direction stuff hasn't changed. If the direction is not equal to... Wait, no, the direction did move, didn't it? Oh, no, the directions I get from over here. So if it's not 0 and we're not shoveling because I'm never pressing that button. Although we could just print this out. Hey, creaky doors. Print is shoveling. Yeah, I made Skeletally. All right, so it's false no matter what. That's what I expect. And now what's going on? So then this we don't need to worry about because that's always going to be the case. So we check this, set the cardinal direction, set the prior one, set the velocity, then change facing based on this. Action blend position facing. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. All right, well, I guess let's just print some more things out for right now. So facing. It's definitely setting us in the walk state. Hey, SWAT kid. So facing is 1, 0, but then sprite flip is going to be true. 0, 1. This is always walk, right? Yeah. Then I finally go into idle. Huh. It didn't change any code in... Can I see the diff that it produced? Read and write farming player. Yeah, it didn't... Huh. It didn't change the scene. Is it just a random asset? It's something I bought on the itch store here. It's this. All right, well, what I'd like to do is take a look at the history of this file. Local history. Nothing here. What? Show local history? Yeah. So I want to just go back to when we were first testing this out and just copy any of this stuff. It doesn't matter what. So there's that, and then there is this, and I want to compare this with this next one and see what changed here. Yeah, pretty much nothing. What am I missing then? Oh, we got rid of his walking from here. I see. So now we're querying that based on the state, or are we just not using that at all? No, I see. Well, we only ever needed this here anyway. But did we check it beforehand? Yeah, this... Okay, so I need to change my animation tree as a result of this. Because we have this stuff that tries transitioning states. So I guess it should be now that just like how we have a travel when you're shoveling, we should have a travel when you're walking. In which case this is, I guess this is still needed. Hey, Mystical Cell. What's the problem? Well, so I broke the animation states here. There is actually one other issue though that I don't like here, which is that we need to tell the particular node that we're in, what our facing direction is. I like for that to just be something that like transcends the different states. I don't think we can do that. Right, this has to pull from... Yeah, this is just the blend tree that we have here. Is there some other thing we can do? There's a blend space 1D. I see. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this. Because I don't like that we need to pass this to whatever the current state is. But I guess we can get the current state from over here. Yeah, get current node. So never mind. This should be probably a lot easier. I can just do that. And then delete all of this entirely. And just set this to current node. Playback.current node. All right, so current node. All right, so then is walking is not needed for this, but we do need to know that you've entered the walking state or not. So if is walking, then we travel to the walking state. But now we don't have, this is what I was talking about earlier. Now we have a different way of tackling this. Nothing will put us in the idle state again. Yeah, I don't like this. So this will let us walk. It won't let us idle again. We can walk and we can shovel. And we can't stop shoveling. Oh, man. Yeah, so this... I think the important thing that I learned from the AI here is if we want to use a single source of truth, we should probably have it be the animation tree because we need to involve the animation tree no matter what. But then our state transitions are weird. Can't you travel to idle in that else case? I could, although we need to make sure that we're not shoveling at the same time. And this is where this becomes a little bit difficult. So like we have an animation tree to control animations, but we also want to use it as a state machine for the logic. And that's the issue that we have here. So like my existing tree has transitions on it based on conditions set through code. I never actually set those conditions. So anyway, now that I know this stuff, let me kind of redesign this a bit. So we have animation tree with the shovel, idle, and walk states. Our transitions between them would be handled through code, I guess. So like if you press the shovel button, travel, shovel. And then if you're not shoveling, handle walk or idle states. And then when you do press the shovel button, this would need to leave that state at some point. And we don't have code that does that. Use the shovel state. I mean, I guess we just set you back to idle. All right, let me try it. So this just transitions automatically. We delete the condition. This never happens, so we just delete that. Idle has a condition, but we call travel on it anyway, so the switch needs to be just enabled, I guess. What does that mean? Only use it during... Yep, okay, that's fine. So same thing here, enable. Then going back to this would also just be an enabled state. You don't need a condition. So the unfinished move to either idle or walk, depending on the axis direction. We can do that. So I want to just try changing things here and hopefully we can get this working. So we don't have any conditions now, right? Just this one, which shouldn't be here. This should be set to enable. Okay, so there's our animation tree. Now we got to fix up some code here. So if not is shoveling, then we're either walking or not. Cool. All right, let's try this. I think I should go back and change the platformer animation tree, even though it was all working. Okay, so we can walk, we can idle, we cannot shovel yet. Also, moving up, like, I don't know if this is a dead zone thing or not. I can move up just fine, I can move down just fine, but if I like flick upward, it ends up facing down. Why is that the case? I think it's only for values very close to 0. Oh, maybe I put them a different distance apart from one another. Oh, that would have been a mistake. Okay, I might have done that. Where do we even find that? Inside of one of these? Yeah. So like these values need to be exact opposites of one another. This is -2, this is +2. This should also be +2, 0.2. And I need to do that for all of them, right? 0.2, 0.2, 0.2, yep. And that's it? Does this have it? 0.3, 0.2. So this would need to be there too. Let's just set them all to 0.2. I think that'll fix the weirdness that we were seeing there. Although we could just make these discrete, right? That way we don't run into a problem with that. Yeah, because we're still hitting some issues. I'm holding down on the controller, but it's still going upward every once in a while. I think this is not the best way to do things. Oh, you could just set this to discrete. I don't know if that'll make a difference either. But yeah, I think the problem is it's trying to pick the closest node, and it's just not doing such a great job at that. Is this fixed? Oh, that looked like it worked. Okay, that's good. So now no matter what direction I'm facing, this is all fine, right? All right, but we can't shovel. And why can't we shovel? Because the animation tree has us leave immediately. This says immediate and auto. No, it should say at end. That might do it. Yeehaw! I think we set everything up. Okay, so now what happens if I just match the shovel button? I don't see anything going wrong. Yeah, I don't see anything going wrong. Wow, all right. Well, now I understand what I'm doing wrong. And there's a lot that can go wrong there. So this is technically now incorrect because this has continuous in the graphic. This needs to be discrete. So we got to get a picture again. And also, if you position these differently, like if I put this here, it's going to mess up, right? So now, well, shouldn't have done for shovel. Okay, let me try that again. Okay, there. For walk, let's say, if I put this closer, now it's going to favor moving downward even when I'm moving up with a small velocity. So if I do this and move up just barely, it does not do that. Is that the difference between discrete and continuous then? Oh no, now down is moving. Oh, I just set it backwards. I think. Yes, I set it backwards. So they do need to be at specific positions. Like if I just threw this way to the bottom, that's as far as it goes because I didn't change the scale. So I throw this way to the bottom, then trying to move up will now make it favor, right. Huh. Interesting. Oh, because that's the up direction. Oh, that's why they're flipped. Right. Okay, got it. Understood. Yeah. There are a lot of gotchas here. Add a moonwalking button. We should just make a moonwalking simulator. Okay, so I want to do this for the idle one. Let's get a picture of this again. And let's get that same text that we had here. Vector 2.up is 0, -1. So you would put your idle up animation here, even though it's visibly on the, I'll just say, I'll leave it like that. All right, now put this pointer up there. Okay, and then highlight that this needs to be discrete since there's no actual blending happening. Oops. And then all points must be equidistant from the origin so that no direction is favored. If, say, idle right were 5x as far to the right, or I don't know, if it were much farther right on the graph, moving the joystick right would tend to pick the up or down animations instead. Okay. Yeah, you can use either C#, GDScript, or their GD extensions, and you can kind of use anything. But okay, so this is all the gotchas in one image. Now I got to delete the image because I don't want this on my disk anymore. How do we do that? Huh. I guess you have to click the image, not the text. Yeehaw! Great. We did not do the pickaxe thing yet. I want to do that still. Did I write everything else down just fine? Well, kind of. This is garbage now. Yuck. Ah. All right, so the important part is the animation tree, setting the blend, and the playback, I guess we also need. Oh, I shouldn't do this here. What am I doing? Let's plug this over here for now. So how about we just handle walking and idle and facing? Let's delete the stuff about shoveling. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Do we need anything else? Do we even really use the sprite for anything? We do for the flip H, yeah. And we don't need this. Get rid of that. That's decent. So let's go delete everything that we had there. The important part is this, setting the parameter. Also, this is happening every physics process, but getting the current node means that we need to create another string. So we're allocating a new string. I'm actually doing a lot of allocations. But this in particular, I don't know how we would avoid. Maybe there's a way that we could do that smarter. I mean, this is probably isn't going to be a problem for the farming game, but if we did this in all sorts of different places, it might get annoying. So set takes in a property and a value. And it's on the animation tree. If we just did playback.getCurrentNode. Yeah, we don't have anything we can do here. Is there any other way to set this? Set advanced expression based node, tree root, set active. I don't think so. I don't think so. Well, we could just cache all of these anyway. You only have so many states. Yeah. All right. We have a solution for eventually doing that. Great. So, I think today's going to turn into all animation tree stuff. What I did for the platformer games animation tree. Oh, did not realize I had a shortcut for that. Animation tree. It's not the smartest. It works, but we should probably treat the tree as the source of truth and not have booleans everywhere. Although, don't we listen for... No, we got rid of the animation finish thing, right? So I think we can check this in. This is... this sure is something. And sure, convert this into a ternary. What do I care? What do I care? Delete this. Delete that. Anything else here? Okay, yeah. So let's check this in, and then let's go try to expand this a bit. I mean, this is going well enough. This is where I knew we had to learn animation tree, and this is part of learning it. So I don't really see this as super problematic. I think it'd be problematic if I got to this point and I'm still like, I don't think this is a good solution. I don't know what I'm doing here. The thing I am a little torn on is how many of these trees will we need for how many different characters? Like I have only 3 actions right now, and I already have 9 different states. And then in the tree itself, I mean, this isn't too bad, but still we need to like add 3 points for all of these. So now what if we have an NPC? Can we use the same thing? Is it going to be a problem? Do we do this all through code? And that's where I'm still a little bit torn. I think this is one of the like classic problems I've had in general with Godot that is not specific to Godot, which is how much do you want to have be visible in the editor? So like if I wanted to right now, what I could do is I could click play on any of these. Sorry, in this one. I could hit play on any of these. Oh, I'm not in the animation. There we go. And I could see this play out in the editor. This is because I set it up through the editor. If I did this through code, I'd have to launch the scene. And it makes it harder to tweak these things. Because again, if you did this through code and you're like, well, I want it to be faster now, then you rerun the code. Anyway, doesn't matter for now. Okay, let's keep going. So farming game looks good. Farming scene is really nothing right now, right? What is in here? There's a tile map, there's a house, and there's a player. There's no collision. I mean, we should probably add some collisions. Let's go do that really fast. Add area. Wait, is it an area 2D we're supposed to add under here? Just add a collision shape. Collision shape. Okay, make a rectangle, roughly cover where the player is, maybe like that. Great. And that won't cover all the animations. That's probably good enough. Let's put that there for now. So now this collision is going to be on the world. Layer is, nope, layer is player. There we go. Collides with the world. And then the farming game, let's just add a collision thing for the house. Add static body 2D. Collision shape 2D. Shape is a rectangle. Shape covers, you know, roughly where the house's frame would be or foundation or whatever. So you can still move behind its roof. Something like that. So there, now when you play the game, you won't be able to walk into the house, just behind it, and it won't sort things correctly. So yeah, I cannot walk into the house now. But we're walking on top of the roof, so that's where I was saying, like, we can fix that later with Y sorting. In fact, I could just do that right now. We just do this. Done. And now we should appear behind it. And when we get to something like this, we should appear in front. And we just need to pick what the origin is. I'm not going to worry about that for right now. Alternatively, we could show the roof on a different section, or we could just make you collide with that. Doesn't need to be perfect. Hey, D-Rocks. Guess you see this source of truth being in the animation tree scales. It feels weird to me, but I don't know Godot very well. Yeah, I mean, you could put your source of truth in either place, but then you just need to abide by, yeah, where you have it. I wonder if we had just had it through code, how annoying it would be. So yeah, these are the things we'll learn, and hopefully it's not on, you know, game number 42 of making this. And then I go back and fix like everything else. I mean, if a game works, it works. It probably doesn't really matter where the source of truth is. Weird if you have some states in the state machine that don't quite line up with the animation tree. Yeah, I guess you could make like a blank animation. But if you're staying in that state, yeah, I don't know what you would do. No, I guess, yeah. I don't know. Maybe you have a totally separate tree at some point. Anyway, so this scene is fine. We don't have any collision on the tile map layer yet. That's okay. Oh, did I set this correctly? I don't think I set this correctly. It worked, but I didn't actually, yeah, I didn't do this right. There we go. I've got to take another break. I'm trying to make sure I step away from my computer for a bit, and that way, when I run ads, no one has to be blocked from watching the stream. Is it jump time? Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello again, everybody. Okay, close the game. Let's keep going with this. Close the game. Okay, good. So we were reviewing this commit, and then I wanted to make some other changes. So we got this and this. Now what about farming? Wait, what did farming game have in it? Nothing, pretty much. Farming player is already something I reviewed a bunch of times, so we can just check that in. Main. Yeah, the setup initial game. This should change a little bit at some point. On started game, what is this doing? title screen. I guess we'll put that in there. I don't know. Yeah, title screen doesn't even really exist right now. So we have all of this other stuff. I think we're using it all. 2 is the house. We're definitely using that. Farming player, the scene itself. I mean, this wasn't a problem, right? Yeah. Idle, we're using. Shovel, we're using. Tile set, we're using 1 graphic. We're not using the soil technically. So maybe we don't check that in yet. And then we're definitely using walk. Okay, good. So add basic farming game foundation. There is a house, a tile map with a single tile, and some simple animations for the player. Yeah, so now what I want to do is get collision to work with the shovel. So delete all of this. Wait, did I mention something about... Yeah, no, not delete all of it. This is still a problem. All right, test flipping code with physics. Maybe change the tile you hit to be dirt for now. Yeah. Instantly start creating a new game after your game is released. It wasn't instantly. I think there was a week in between. But yeah, I mean, it was pretty fast. I wrote more about this in the wrap-up document. Like, in general, I put a lot of work into Skeleseller. Marketing and launch was pretty stressful. I was really excited about working on the new game, and I'd like finished Skeleseller. So there was nothing else I wanted to do with it exactly. I didn't really see a point in lingering around on it for a while. Do you or Chad have any insights on Roblox? Do people really play it, or is it fake hype? Oh, people really play it. Yeah. There's a lot of a very large player base in Roblox, and there's a ton of money in Roblox. And I think this is actually part of the reason why Fortnite's numbers have been declining is due to Roblox. Like Fortnite used to be one of a couple of like big sort of kid games. I think Minecraft was there for a very long time, and Minecraft hasn't gone away, nor has Fortnite. But Roblox, I think, is just like massively picked up steam. I don't know what I just said. I think I said this wrong. Anyway, Roblox has picked up steam. Fortnite has lost it. I don't know where Minecraft is on that spectrum. And there's probably a lot of other games that I'm just not plugged into. I wouldn't say I'm plugged into these games either, but I at least hear news about them. All right, so what did this thing say for flipping this? Yeah, if your character holds a tool or has attached nodes, like a hitbox or a pickaxe swing, flipping the sprite alone won't flip those. Put the sprite in any direction-dependent children under node 2D, called something like visual root. Flip that node scale. I mean, we still need a collision point. And I do wonder how people typically do this. Well, let's at least get it so that you can like dig a... Why is this broken? That's not good. Is this an old version? Because if it's an old version, that's fine. If it's a current version, then we have a huge problem. Yeah, I finally started using Claude yesterday. Yeah, now we're fine. Okay, so I want to figure out where you're digging and then turn it into dirt. So let's just get it so that when you press a button, it turns 1 tile into dirt. Let's start with that. So if you press this, let's get, I guess the farming game would need to know. So we need to know the point at which you just dug. So like public event action, used shovel. Yeah, that's probably pretty reasonable. All right, so use shovel is going to go here. We invoke this. The farming game now needs to listen to this. So the farming game has a player. We'll just call it player in this case. Yeah. Private farming player equals null. Set this down here. Equals that. Use shovel on player use shovel. Private void this. Okay, and we want to change the tile map, which we don't even have. Tile map layer, I guess. We'll call this the ground layer. Does it know how to do the rest of this? No. Ground layer. Okay, get that. All right, so there's what? Set cell? Yeah. And how do you do this? You pick coordinates and then a source and then atlas coordinates. Okay, so coordinates, new vector 2i. Let's pick 5, 5. And then a source ID. This is this thing. Source ID is 0. So let's just do constant source ID equals 0. Source ID. And then the coordinate in the source that we want to use, which we're just going to pick dirt, which is that one. Oh, there are a couple of kinds of dirt. All right, I don't really care what we pick for right now. I just want to change the color to something. So we just got to find the position in the tile map that is, which is 914. 914. Okay, so that should do it. So now, no matter where you are, if you use the shovel, it should turn the like 5th over and 5th down tile into dirt. Perfect. So there it is. That's not where we are. We're going to do that next. So now farming player, we need to know where they use the shovel. So it's got to be which tile. So we make a new vector 2i. 5. Well, let's do, I don't know, 10, 10 for right now. And then change use shovel to take in a vector 2i. Although, wait a second. We don't even know that you can use the shovel here unless it's a valid tile. So maybe the farming player, oh, let's just worry about that later. Farm game. All right, so this takes in a vector 2i position. And that position is going to be this. Good. Let's try that out. Fun little prototype with dynamically changing time maps. The API is pretty solid. It's nice to be able to... We can change even terrains, actually, so this looks good. Terrible UI. It takes me 3x longer than any other thing in game dev. I mean, maybe that's where AI can help you out with that. All right, so the easiest thing we can do for right now is just pass in the player's coordinates. We don't know the player's coordinates, though. And either way, we want to figure out the shovel coordinate point. The only way to know where the player is, I mean, we can get the tile positions. We're probably going to need that. Let's close out all these other things that we have here. Actually, let's just do this. Close that, close everything else, and load up farming game. So I think the player will need to know something about the terrain itself, but let me think if that's totally true. Because we could just pass in the player position, but we'd also need to know where they're facing. So like we'd give you the shovel point, I guess. Yeah, maybe that's the best way to do it. Just give the shovel point in terms of absolute coordinates. I think that makes the most sense. All right, so this would be the new vector 2 now. And let's just use the player position for right now. There. In fact, I don't know why I just did that. I guess we'll eventually add something here, but let's start with that for right now. And then why is that red? Yep, that's why. Cool. Sounds good. So change that, change this. And now from the position, so this is the like pixel position. And now we want to get what the tile position is. So we need to know what the tile set's size is, which is in here somewhere. I don't know where. There it is, tile size. It's in tile set. Okay, so I don't know, int tile size. And then we'll set this over here. So we get the ground layer, tile set dot tile size dot x. Then down here, we do position, pixel position divided by this. But this needs to be floored. So vector 2i tile position equals new pixel, I guess math f dot floor. Why is that not working? Pixel position dot x. Yeah, but this returns a float, right? So you need to convert these to ints. There's probably a better way to do this. I'm not going to worry about that for right now. And then we'll just change this around. Okay, let's try that. So now where your player is, we'll convert that tile, which is not necessarily where you're shoveling, as you can see. But yeah, nice. I mean, this is the start of a farming game. Very simple. So now we got to figure out the shovel position. Now I could just do this based on where you're facing and where everything is, but I wonder what the best way is. Also, it should only try shoveling when the shovel actually like is in this frame, maybe. So we probably make a. Oh, we could just pass in the coordinates, couldn't we? I could make a private void shovel tile pixel position. And then from here, we call this and this should be position plus pixel position. Okay, let's go test that now. So we have shovel down. Let's just get this one working. It's not doing anything else yet. So call the shovel tile thing right there. I want nearest FPS to be set to point. What do we have? 5, so 15. Why am I not doing this correctly? What's wrong? Are these not lined up? Oh, I don't think those are lined up. Yeah, that's at exactly 0.45. Why is this not aligned to 0.45? It's at 0.42. Oh, maybe because I started it at some weird position. And now it's only snapping plus or minus. No, this is bizarre. 0.1429. What is going on? This is at the 0.15. Oh, nearest FPS. Oh, it turns into an approximation. Okay, I understand. All right, then fine. We'll just set this at 0.45. And we'll see what feels right. We got to play sounds too. Add digging and walking sounds. We got to know what kind of tile you're on, though. To know which kind of sound to play. Won't that be fun? Okay, so this is calling it a 0, 0. Let's just hit play and see what happens. It's going to be at the wrong coordinate again. But now it'll only dig once you... Yeah, nice. That looks pretty good. Okay, so now let's have it actually be where the shovel is. Arguments. Okay, so how do we do this? We just make a new node 2D. Why is it not working? Node 2D. And we put this where the shovel is, which is right there. And then we just take the transform. 110. 110. Okay. Now we do the same thing for all the directions. So shovel right, I guess copy this. Shovel right, add call method. Where did that just paste? Who knows? So now that is at 8.7. And then shovel up. And we got to reverse that for when they're facing left. And that's what I want to figure out. Like, how are we going to do that in a nice way? Paste. 4.45. They would be digging like right there, maybe. So it is 0, -4. Okay. Now delete that node. So now left will not work correctly. Crows, thank you for the resub. Happy 33 months. How's it going? All right, so now wherever you're digging is where it should work, except when you're going left. Left is going to act like you're facing right still. So that we got to fix. We can tell based on your flip H here. So what we could do here is we could just say if sprite.fliph pixel position.x times equal -1. And that's it. That should just work. So now when you're facing left, you can dig. Noise. You can even dig under the house. Now, part of the joke for this game is I wanted you to be able to dig out the house if you wanted to. Well, maybe not the house. Maybe we gotta allow you to. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, this is working pretty well. Okay. Add digging and walking sounds. Add the hotbar with tools in it. Allows switching tools. Oh, that's already there. All right, let's check in what I've done so far. So we have this stuff. This looks pretty nice. Added the ground layer of the player. Yep. Use shovel. It's all pretty straightforward. And everything changes in here now. All right, easy peasy. Allow shoveling tiles. It just changes to dirt. Okay. All right, so next up, add the hotbar with tools in it. Okay, so somewhere there's a picture of this. Yeah, there we go. That thing at the bottom. So we got to go figure out where that is in here. This should not go into characters, though. It should go into UI. All right, now where do we find the UI? Is that what I want there? I can't tell. Bars. It's definitely not in bars. It's not in buttons. Yeah, I think it's the first one. Money. Speech bubble. UI music. Yeah, I think it's in this point too. There's also inventory though. What is this? What does this have? Banner, book, decor, extras. My goodness. That is different from this, right? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think this is it. So they have the border there and then buttons. And when you have one selected, it turns lighter and it puts those little things on it. Okay, yeah, pretty reasonable. All right, so slots, let's put that over there. So UI, maybe we just put this into farming for right now. And yeah, we put in slots. Are you farming yet, son? Hey, why not? All right, now for the tedium that is this. So we add in a canvas layer. And we add in a... No, this should just be its own node. What am I doing? Control. So it's going to be farming hotbar, should we call it? I don't plan on making an inventory. Well, ooh, I don't know. I didn't really think about how this is going to work too much, did I? Because I talked about being able to like shoot fishing rods out from your bow and arrow. I'm not going to have placing blocks and yeah, I'm not going to have placing blocks. I don't care about that. What is that URL? What URL? This one? This is the asset pack that I got. So I bought this 2 Sundays ago. And now I can just use it in the game. So yeah, as a joke, I wanted you to be able to put a fishing rod into your bow and start shooting out fishing rods because I thought it'd be funny. But the only way for you to do that would be to select your fishing rod and like press a button and then drag it over to where your bow is. That's probably not how you'd expect that sort of thing to work. I mean, we probably shouldn't worry about that for right now. Yeah, let's just make this for right now. All right, so hotbar. Is that what we should even call this? Sure, whatever. Scenes, subgames, farming. Maybe make a UI folder in here. UI hotbar. All right, now I put the graphics over here already. So what is this thing? If we were to model it, it's going to be a 9-patch rect. Actually, it's not even going to be that. because they just already sized this correctly, right? We farming, we're farming. So I guess it's really just a texture rectangle. And then we load in, it's actually gonna be an Atlas texture, right? Then we load in slots. Make sure this has the right texture nearest. Did I do that for everything in the farming game? Probably. House is already set, yeah. Farming player has that set, yeah, that should be fine. Is it to customize the assets over time? Only for some of the characters. What is the difference between this one and this one? I don't see a difference. Is there a difference? Huh. Why would there be two identical sprites here? Am I am I blind? Yeah, I don't see a difference. All right, well, let's just use the top one. So where does that start in here? What is is there like a tile size on this? Not really arranged that way. All right, fine. Let's just do this. Yeah, I think it'd be nice, Matt. So I don't need the padding around here, so we can just delete that. We can also delete that. That's nice. And then just set the width to whatever we need it to be. We should eventually see this go over there. Why is this not working? Oh, because this is negative. Oh, I'm not even setting the region. What am I doing? All of this is wrong. Yeah. There we go. And then shrink the width. I guess actually expand the width. We'll eventually see this. Nice. And same thing for height. Cool. There, I think half a pixel larger. The two graphics? Oh, man. Does one go slightly farther? How'd you even see that? Wow. And why would they do that? Huh. I don't know. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, nice eyes. Okay, so here's this. Now we want an HBox container underneath this of the individual slots. And the slots can be filled or empty. Hey, Jesta. Your last bit of code, is there a reason you prefer -1 as opposed to just unary minus? I think it's just clearer. It's easier to mix the unary operators. So how many of these slots can we fit? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's fine. We don't have anything we need to set this to. We could also just use a 9 patch rect if we ever did, but I don't really care about that. So 8 of these, and these could be empty or they could be filled. So this is where I'd probably want to make like a class out of this. But in this particular case, you can't get other tools. At least I don't think so. But we might put this into the other game that we have. I got to think about that. Like, how in depth do we want to go here? Fine. I'm going to make a new thing. This will be called hotbar slot. And that's what's going to go into there. So we need a graphic for this. Texture rectangle. This is going to be an Atlas texture of also the slots. But this time, we're going to take these things. So this has a little shadow at the bottom. Do I want that? Yeah, they have a shadow here. I like that. That looks pretty nice. Yeah, let's take the bottom ones. So there will be a like a filled texture versus a not filled texture, I guess. So there's that. There. Now width. Wait a sec. Yeah, I'm messing this up. I guess because I set a size over here. Yeah, I got to figure out what this is supposed to be. So I probably messed it up for the other one too then, right? Probably. So how big is this? It is 18 by 18. So that's what that's supposed to be. I can't set this to 18, I guess because of this. There we go. 18. Got to fix this now and figure out what that size was supposed to be. How do you scroll there? 164 by 28. So that's here. 164 by 28. And I clicked the wrong thing. 164 by 28. Yeah, there we go. And that was set correctly. Nice. Okay, so this is the background. And the background is one of two things. It's either selected or it's not selected. Yeah. And then there is the selection indicator. And that we can put into the hotbar itself. So this will be background. So hotbar slot. And we have a bunch of those. So add in the slot here. And then we position this to just be the inside, I guess. So move this like there. Does it look like that's not actually a square? I don't know. Let me just take a picture of this. Why does mine look different? No, I guess it's pretty similar. I just need a little bit more space on the side, I think. Yeah, I need a tiny bit more space. There. Now it should look pretty much the same. Yeah, I think so. Okay, so now we instantiate more of these. And we set their distance apart to probably something like that. But again, we can just look at the picture. Yeah, there's one brown pixel in the middle. So this should work. If we just duplicate this and get 8 of these, it should look like it fits. Yes, except that there's no blank space at the end now. How's that possible? Oh, because we didn't use the slightly larger one of these? Oh, God. That's why there's one extra pixel. Need the 1 pixel, yeah. Okay, well, we should just be able to move this down, right? Nope. There we go. And that's why we're giving Shiny Fox a point. Oh, hang on a second. Yeah, hang on a second. My wife just called. I want to make sure everything's okay. Okay, remind me in 40 minutes to call wife. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so we got our hotbar here, and these are the non-selected ones, I think. That's the darker version. Yeah, so there's a lighter version, and then there's the selection, like reticle sort of thing, whatever that is. Let's add that in here too. So add a texture rectangle. Is that animated at all? How do they do it? No, it just moves. That's fine. So selection indicator. You can't not have a selection. So we'll just always put this in. Hey, Goose. Oh, and hey, Civi. Given the Godot project name, top left, this farming stuff is still for Stuck in a Broken Tutorial? Yes, exactly. Yeah. Okay, so this is here at 119.6. It's presumably the same size. Whoops. 1818. 119.6, 1818. Okay. Atlas texture. 119.6, 1818. And set the texture filter to nearest. Set this to 18 by 18. And then position, whoops. No. Position this somewhere over like here. I guess we could just tell, yeah, I guess this doesn't need to be on the hotbar thing. We could just enable it when we need to. Yeah. So it could be in each individual slot. That way we don't need to position it. Or I'll just copy this over to here. Selection indicator, done. And then we need an item graphic in there. I guess just duplicate this. All the items better be 18 by 18. Where are the items? Icons. Weapons. All. These are not what I want. Where are the tools? RPG. Oh, here they are. I think. I mean, it says weapons, but these are also the tools, right? Yeah. Is there a shovel there? Yeah. Okay, so we had to do that. Interesting to see where it's going. Last year I saw platforming stuff. Yeah, so that's kind of the goal of the game, is to confuse the player a little bit at first and be like, what is going on? And then eventually get used to this whole like, okay, I'm transporting between worlds and games. And yeah, I think it'll be fun to do this. We should become like experts at Godot by the end of this. All right, so what looks pretty good for your like starting farming set? Because we have a bunch of different ones. There's like a wooden one with kind of a green leaf thing connecting them. This looks like it might be copper. This looks like it might be iron. This looks like it's gold. Okay, so then I guess they're just already arranged in terms of tiers. What would this be? I don't know, steel or something. I don't know what that is. I don't know what these are. They just look more and more fantastical, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so let's just use the copper ones. Yeah. So that is in 2.png. Whoops. So let's put this here. Whoops. And I'll call this icons. The cute pink one is my favorite. I like a lot of these. I do want you to probably be able to customize it somehow. Like I was going to make a wardrobe thing and we just swap in different graphics, but I'm not going to do that yet. So now we need the item graphic, item. And for this, we'll load in the Atlas texture, which is called 2. And then we'll just pick one of these. Your shovel, I guess. So it's not just any random one. It's got to be the actual shovel. Where is that? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So 7 times 18. 6 times 18. Are they not 18 by 18? Are we going to have a problem? They're 16 by 16. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, nice. Okay, and then 16, 16. Cool. And then set this to be the same size. And then offset it by a little bit. So I guess position this at 2. No, wait, 1. Yeah, nice. So there's your shovel. So now it looks like you have a bunch of shovels because we got to initialize these through code. All right. Well, that's pretty cool. So let's go give this a script. Which I got to set up through here. Farming game, add directory UI, add class hotbar, and add another class hotbar slot. Okay, so we got three things here: background, item, and selection indicator. So private texture rec background, then item, and selection indicator. Partial class. This inherits from control. Okay, now we fetch these things. And then we turn off the selection indicator by default. Then in the hotbar, we make this inherit from control. And we need what in this scene? We need each individual slot. So I guess get the slots. So in ready, let's save off private list hotbar slots. I guess it can be read only. Inherit it from there. Now for each slot in, it's an HBox container, but all we care is that it's control slots. So now add that. Isn't there like a cast? Yeah, there's only when we started the game, so that shouldn't be a problem, I hope. What is going on with this hotbar slot? There. Yeah. Or just as T. Yeah. I mean, I guess we were doing that here already, right? Or is it dot as? I don't know. I guess we could have just done it like this. There. Okay. So now we have the slots. Now, hey, Nelixis. Now we need to... Now we need to set which one is selected. Private int selected slot. So let's do select slot 0. Private void select slot. Okay, selected slot equals that. Then get that slot, select, or rather like set selected. Although we got to iterate over all of these, don't we? Yeah. And this should be an integer. Convert to 4. Nice. Okay, so get slot. Set selected slot equals index. This can just be I. Yeah, I don't care about this. All right, now we go generate this method. And this is going to be dead simple because we just do selection indicator visible equals is selected. All right, so we have a way to select them or to say that something is selected. And when it's selected, we got to change the background color. The background color that we want to use is over there when it's selected. So we have to change the region in the Atlas rect that we have, which is here. And I think it should be easy to do. Background dot, well, background dot what, texture, I think. What am I doing? How do we, there it is, texture. Dot, so this is an Atlas texture. Region equals something like this, but we got to find the actual region it's supposed to be. So it's 151.38. So vector to size, it's always going to be 18 by 18. And vector to background region position. Okay, so now this is going to be equal to a new rectangle that is the position. Why is this not working? There. And then if it's selected, so this just needs to be a vector 2. New. And what is it? 151.38. 151.38. Otherwise 151.38, because I don't know what the other position actually is. Now we got to go find it. It is 182.6. How could it be 6? That's not possible. What? Did I move this accidentally? Oh, did I take I took the ones in the shadows. Okay, never mind. Yeah, forgot that was the case. Okay, so that should be good. Yeah, I'm liking Rider. I think it's pretty good. Okay, so let's just try this. We should see one lit up position. No, wait, no, we won't see anything because I never added the hot part of the scene. I am a smart cookie. Instantiate hotbar. And put it at the bottom, I guess. What? That's not right. Let's just put it in the center of the screen for right now. In fact, it should already just be there, right? Hey, nice. Although it did not properly select this, I guess because we never... Why did that not work? Huh, yeah. Why didn't that work? Strange. Hotbar has select slot 0. Set selected. Visible as if it's selected. Yeah, why wouldn't this work? Well, let's put a breakpoint here. It didn't get hit at all. Which means ready isn't called on the hotbar. Oh, it doesn't have the script. Whoops. That's why you debug things. And this didn't have a script either, so none of this would have worked. Well, now why is Apple Music open? Now we get rid of the breakpoint and just start it again. Now we should see the selection look correct. No. Well, the selection's correct. It doesn't have the correct background. We're setting the region to a particular position based on whether this thing is selected, but it's not changing anything. And it says invalid UID, which maybe launching from here would fix that problem. But I'm still not totally sure why the background's not changing color. Let's put a breakpoint there. There might be something you're supposed to do about this. Oh, wait. Oh, it's because they're not unique. So I'm setting it for every single thing. Oh, yeah. So all I need to do is change this and say make unique. But it might just be the atlas that needs to be unique. Let's try it with just the atlas for now. Does that work? Because the texture can be the same. No, that didn't work. Let's try making this unique now. We can't. Do I need to say local to scene? Maybe that's what I need to do. Yeah, that's probably what I need to do. Ah, that fixed it. Okay. Yeah. By the way, when people ask like, oh, did Skeleseller speed up my development for this? Like that problem I hit a million times before. So I fixed it within like 15 seconds. But I did not fix it within 15 seconds the first time I came across that. So cool. Now we have a bunch of shovels. We should probably set what items are in there. We should probably understand like which item is in which. But for now, what we could do is we could just kind of move forward with this. Maybe we allow you to change that. Let's go get this. Because I kind of like the idea of you being able to select different ones, even if it doesn't do anything for right now. So private hotbar equals null. Actually, this thing could just handle its own input, so we don't need to do anything. Yeah, because the buttons aren't going to do anything else here, right? All right, well, then I guess let's put this in here. Override input if input dot is action just pressed by event. So this is whatever we use in the platformer game for dashing. How did you dash? There it is. Is this called from here? Aerial dash right and left. Okay, this is what we're going to use for now. So if you press aerial dash right, then we're going to select the next slot. Else, we're going to select the previous slot. Easy. Easy. Okay. So now, take my trusty controller here, and we can select a different shovel. Look at it go. Okay, now let's position it in the right spot on the screen. Which shovel should I use today? All right, so I mean, I want to just be able to do this, which means we need to move where this is positioned, this thing. I think the easiest way to do this is just add another control underneath this. Alternatively, it's add another control underneath this. I don't know which one's better. Let's put control for anchoring. So this one's going to be positioned wherever. I don't care. And then this one's going to be positioned in the middle of that. Other way around, right? No, I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I always forget what I should be doing for this. Maybe we just anchor this to that one. Kevin always did this. Kevin knew what he was doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, we almost got it. I want it to be above the scene, which means I guess I want this to be in the center. I am very much messing this up. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Well, how about we delete this for now and set this back to whatever this was supposed to be. This, it doesn't matter. Or wherever this tried to set it to begin with. There. And then let's just figure out what it should look like over here. The other thing I could potentially do here is I could just change the anchor preset so that this is custom, and then we set, I mean, we could just do something like this and just call it a day. Why is this not working? Because the top is set to something else. Yeah, but I think based on the, wait, no, this shouldn't be based on the size at all, because we don't have the same UI that Skeletor had, right? So as I expand this, it's just always in the same spot. Yeah. I still am doing this badly. I think we need this to be at the top center. No, I want this centered. Oh, man. I should just learn how anchors work. Change pivot on hotbar to bottom center. And this. Yeah, I could do that. All right, let's put this back to where it was. And thanks, Mr. Ress. Oh, wait, you can do pivot offset ratio now. I forgot this existed. This is new. Yeah. Yeah. So this should be set back to where it was. This can change now. I think so that this is set to halfway through. Yeah. And then what do we do here? 1. Yeah, but how does that help us? I now have to, no, I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe we just make this be the root and then delete a hotbar from there, which is going to break everything. But not if I do that. Hmm. I'm messing this up. Yeah, I'm messing this up. Oh wait, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I think that worked. Now I need to change this to be slightly offset from the bottom. So like there's probably pretty good. All right, let's try playing that now. And this is a canvas layer, so if you do move down there, you should just appear beneath it. Yeah. We could move this to the top in that case. It doesn't really make a difference. All right, nice. Look at us go. Yeah, I mean, look, this is pretty good. This is 4 hours of work, but granted, like 2 of those hours were stuck on animation tree stuff. Time to release it. Okay, so do we actually want different tools to be usable? I guess so, because you're gonna have to be able to plant seeds. Didn't I say that you should be able to collect seeds too? I think so. I think that was part of the joke stuff that I did not do. Hey Brock, hey Psycho, hey Davey. When's the first checkpoint? So I just made a vacation command. I am going to be on vacation from these dates. There we go. So I was hoping that before I leave, I could potentially make a demo, but it doesn't give us a lot of time. We've got what? Yeah, 3 full weeks. I don't know. Maybe we can do it. Yeah. So that's, well, actually, wait, no, it's not just can I get it done in 3 weeks. It's can we get feedback after that? Because I got to watch people play. I'll figure things out. Yeah, it's probably doable. I think 3 weeks is enough time. Because with this farming game, we actually have a lot of mechanics to make. But the main parts that we have to do is the NPC interaction stuff. Yeah. But yeah, this has been pretty interesting. So how about this? Let's check in. I'm going to probably go get lunch pretty soon. It's actually, maybe I'll just hold off the check-in until afterward. Check in. And what else? I need to potentially like stop filling the hotbar with shovels. And maybe even like detect that we have the shovel equipped instead of just assuming that it's always equipped. Do we add another tool? Maybe a watering can? Maybe add a watering can? So this wouldn't be a thing. This wouldn't be a thing. Was this an old project that we just saw? You're talking about this thing? This is all new code as of this morning. So like none of this farming game existed. Also, to be clear, here's what this is going to look like. Which, can I show you this easily? Maybe I can't. Anyway, I probably can't show you this very easily, but I should add that into like add in the ability to show the game from the very beginning. In fact, maybe we do that after checking in. So what's going to happen is you're going to launch the game. You're going to go to the title screen. We don't have a very interesting title screen yet. So stuck in a broken tutorial, you click start game. You're going to go from start game to the platformer game. So you've seen this probably already. And your player's like there floating in the world. So you're going to be jumping through here and doing stuff. Then you're going to eventually get sent to the architect's realm, which is this dark area. We don't have this fleshed out yet. And you're going to go into the door to the architect's office. And then the architect is going to teleport you from this game into the farming game. At this point, the player will be very confused. I meant the looping farming thing. Oh yeah. This is not an old project. We just made this morning. So the only thing that existed this morning was if you were to launch this, you'd see to do add a farming game in the upper left. So we just made it so you can go around and dig up dirt, and that's it. We have the animations working. There's an idle animation, a walking animation, and the shovel animation. And we added a hotbar that is not really functional, but it looks good. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. All right, I'm gonna go get my lunch. I will be back in about an hour, and we'll just pick up where we left off here. I hope that by the end of today, we have, a little bit more fleshed out. It won't be great, but yeah. Oh, the looping farming thing that you saw. Oh, yeah. That's the asset page. Sorry. I see. This was on an old project. All right. Take care, everyone. I will hopefully see you after lunch. Goodbye.